Ba, 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 ba. Wait for YouTube to be live. It is now live. All is good. I'll be prepared for the best week of the entire year, which is the tier list week. It is obviously the tier list. The tier list week. My final week of the year that I actually have designated as work or whatever. And then I'll be gone at the end of this week until the 6th. But that means we get to do fun things like this. There's a lot of tanks. I kind of forgot how many tanks at tier 8 there were. Do you reckon World of Tanks has a problem with tier 8 premiums? Because I don't. I think this is an absolutely fine amount of tanks. Nice 7-hour stream. Yeah. Oh god. Right. Okay. What I need to do is now start recording at the same time. And then I don't know how long this is going to take us. Judging by the amount of tanks that are here, it's going to take us a long time. They are all in national order-ish. Wait, I think so. I think they're in national order. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Whatever. They should all be anyway. So we got like China first, then we got Czechoslovakia, then we got France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Poland, Sweden, British, American, and then Soviet. I wonder, chat, how long do you reckon this will take me to do? How long do you think this will take me? Two hours? It really depends on how long I take on each nation, to be fair. Two and a half hours to go through and 5 days to play them. I'm not playing them all. Right, let's make that clear. This is getting turned into a video, as most of my streams do. I am not playing every single tank. Imagine that. Imagine how long the video... It'd be like a 9-hour video. Imagine that. Oh, look. So this is the M41D. We're going to put it at whatever tier we put it at. And then I go and play a bloody game in each one in the video. Imagine that. The ad revenue would be great. But nobody would watch all of it. That'd be like the biggest mega video in existence for World of Tanks. Just imagine that. Imagine I go, all right, this is now your final video of 2024. It's 9 hours long. You know what? That does actually bring up another point, though. I was very... we'll do a little bit of yapping while we wait for everybody to get in. I was very, very tempted on creating a new which tank line should you grind and doing a video on each tier 10. Like, I was very tempted to do that, and then I realized how long that would take me to create. And how long the video would be. Like, how many tier 10s do we have in the game? We have like... But tech tree ones, obviously. I think we've got about 40 or something like that. Actually, wait, we can check. Sort of. We can sort of check. Wait, does this actually show anything? This isn't up to date. I haven't updated this yet. This is for... not tomorrow, but the day after. I could check in game. Just check in game quickly. We're waiting for people to all filter it anyway. We'll go and check quickly. Wait, this isn't even the right account. I need to go on my press account to find this out. Also, on Friday, which is my birthday, we'll be streaming. And I have some codes to give away. They are not insanely special codes. They're just like, you know, little codes for like 3 days of premium and some low tier tanks and whatnot. But I have a few codes to give away of them. So, you know, we'll be doing that. Let's see how many tanks there are at tier 10. And then we get the calculator out to work out how long it would take me just in pure gameplay time. Alright, tier 10. Elite vehicles. Well, they're all going to be elite, aren't they? Does that exclude? Good. 66. 66. There's 67. What one am I missing there, Monkey? What one is this missing from Tomato GG that it says? Ah, I know which one it's missing. I can't actually get this because I don't have enough free XP. Anyway. Back to this thing. Right, chat. Shall we begin? Are you all ready? Do you all have a nice drink at the ready to go? Time to grind Tessac. I have Tessac on my main account. I don't need to grind it. Can you imagine if I ground out the Tessac on my press account? Not ready, but I'll listen along. Right. First things first. This is all my opinions. I don't give a shit about being, you know, if other people like it or whatever. This is all mine. For once, this is purely my opinions on the vehicles. If you don't agree with them, good. You can all write it down in comments down below the video or on the stream, right? However you're watching at the moment. It's great. There are going to be some impressive choices that people will probably not agree with, and that's good. So, starting out, do we want to have? I think we're gonna have S tier if it's, you know, absolutely like you must buy it. Like if it's on sale and you have money, you must go ahead and buy it because it's just so good. Okay, that is S tier. A tier is very, very good, but if you don't have money at the time, probably just wait and then get it again at another point. B tier is, it's okay. It might be worth your money. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's kind of down to you personally of, you know, what you think of it. Like, that's what I would be saying, in my opinion, of that vehicle. And then C tier is, you probably shouldn't get it. But if it's on, like, some insane discount, then maybe it's worth it. And it's also then comparing it to other tanks as well. Poo tier is, well, I mean, you know. I think we've all got that down. Those of you that are struggling, you can talk to me after the class, okay? Right, M41D. See, this tank is not inherently bad. There are worse tanks than this vehicle. I'm also just going to put the music down a little bit. There are worse vehicles than this. There are better vehicles than this. And I think the DPM mixed with it can still scale, it makes it okay. I think the B tier for the M41D that's fine. Again, B tier, if you have the money there and you know, you should consider it. Definitely doesn't belong in C tier because it's not that bad. It can still scale, it can still do everything. It's kind of like a mix of everything. This one, I believe, is a Type 59. I think this goes in B tier as well. It's no longer a tank that is super, super OP like back in the day when this first came out. And it's got preferential matchmaking, which is nice. But it's not what it used to be. There's so many better tanks now than this that you could get your hands on. And not to mention, it's not got the pen anymore. This properly struggles when it's facing tier 9s sometimes. So I don't know. I think B tier is fine. Again, I wouldn't put it in C tier because it's not that bad. The gun is pretty nice. It just struggles with pen. The rest of the vehicle is okay, especially that you get preferential matchmaking. That makes it more than good enough to avoid C tier. The T-34-3, on the other hand, belongs in C tier. I do not know. It's just shit. Like, it's not poo, but I don't know why anybody would buy it. It has no gun depression, even though I think it got buffed with gun depression, though, didn't it? Did it get buffed to like -6 or 7 or something like that? T-34-3. It got 6.5 degrees. But that still didn't change the fact that the gun is so bad. Like, so bad. It has 390 alpha, which you think, oh, that's great. And then you realize that it just doesn't hit that 390 alpha ever. So it's just, what's the point of it? The 122 TM. See, Does it belong in B? Does it belong in C? I think B. I think B. I think B because the gun is accurate enough to make up for the DPM that you don't have. It has armor, especially hull armor. The hull armor on this thing is amazing. Like, absolutely amazing. For a medium tank as well. Absolutely insane. The only thing that it struggles with is DPM. That's literally the only thing. The only reason why... Well, and the gun. The gun can... See, the gun is interesting. Because doesn't it have insane bloom as well? I think that the gun has a bit of bloom, but it's accurate. Yes, yes. So you need to have stab on this thing. So it's accurate enough, but the bloom kind of lets it down at the same time. So, yeah, DPM combined with, you know, bad bloom. The gun is accurate, but you need to kind of be situational with it. But the armor's good as well. So B is fine. B is fine. We have our first poo tank. Why does this thing exist still? Man, why? Like, why would you buy this vehicle over anything else? Apart from the other tanks that I'm going to put in the poo tank. Like, this is just... It's got a massive cupola that just goes, hello, as soon as you go over a ridgeline. I don't care whether or not they've buffed it or not. What did they do to it? Nothing's going to fix the big old... You know, unless it's a Rampanzer. 59 pattern. Does it have 3k DPM? If not, it's staying in that tier.
Always good stuff.
Sten, thank you very much for the... what was that? The Prime? Prime, thank you very much. That's close to 3k DPM. I'll give him that. But it's still not as good as the Rampanzer. Because it doesn't have the armor. So no. Man. No. It's staying in the poo tier. I don't care if they've buffed it. Meriko, thank you very much for the Prime as well. Like, it suffers so much with the armor that even if the gun is good, which DPM wise it seems to be actually decent, it doesn't make up for the rest of it. Right, the Rampanzer, which we'll come on to in a second, I'm not going to spoil it, or like where it would be, but at least that has the armor. Then it just has the cupola, but the gun is amazing. Like, it has so much DPM now. So I don't think that, you know, this is not really comparable. I don't know why you would ever buy this tank, unless it was gifted to you, right? I don't know why you would buy it. The WZ111, which also then combines the Alpine Tiger. This is going to be a C tier. I think that unless you get it for a very, very good deal, it's not worth buying this. Like, it just struggles nowadays. It doesn't really have the pen. It has 250 heat, which is really nice. Is it 250, chat? The same as the 112? See, chat will know. Chat knows everything. You don't know. I don't play that shit. Right, well, I guess I'm looking up myself. 111. Yeah, it has 250 heat. It has preferential matchmaking. The gun is pretty awful, but I don't know why you'd buy it. You know, I don't know why you would spend money on this vehicle, unless you get it for a very good deal. Like this was recently in the whatever it was, the discounts, wasn't it? I can't remember. Yes, it was sold for 10 million credits recently. See, like, that would be actually a good deal for someone that doesn't have premiums. Right? I mean, to be fair with you, if you don't have any tier 8 premiums and you have 10 million credits, any of these, even the ones in the poo section, will probably be worth 10 million credits, because you'll probably make that back pretty fast, especially if you have a premium account and stuff like that. So, you know, if you can get it for a good deal, that's pretty good. Actually, do you know what? I wouldn't pay 10 million credit. No, do you know? I take that back. I instantly take that back. Even in the poo section, it's not worth 10 million credits. I would rather just not have the 59 pattern than waste 10 million credits on it, okay? But that I take that back instantly. That's not worth it. The 112. The 112 is better. The 112 is much better. Very, very useful for blocking damage and blocking missions. It has the same gun. It has preferential matchmaking, just like the 111. I think, again, this is in the situation where it's... If you're on... You should be in, like, on your shortlist kind of thing. You should... wait, I'm going to rename these. Hang on. Get it now. Highly consider. Shortlist. Probably avoid. No, we don't need exclamation marks. We're not shouting. But that one is. There we go. Right, I think that's a better way of doing it. Okay. Why is poo not in caps? Okay. Poo. With an exclamation mark. That's probably, actually, that just makes it look like pool for everyone else. But yeah, I think the 112 is actually a pretty decent tank. It's not the best, though. It's definitely not the best in the world. And yeah, it should just be on the shortlist. Consider it. The BZ176. I mean, I genuinely hope they never sell this thing ever again. The fact that they inputted this into the game, they coded it all in, right, and they went, that's pretty balanced. How? Like, how? I don't know what they're on. When they made this, I don't know. I'm tempted to add another category for this tank. And a certain other tank. Hang on. I'm going to make another category. How do I make a new category? Add row below. Make it blue. Oh no. Wait, can we make... What colour can we make poo? Poo can be green. That's fine. I want this to be blue. Alright. Please never sell again. It had to be done, okay? Right. Because they haven't been on sale either. So I think that that's actually quite important. Because I don't want to give Wargaming the wrong idea either. Because they should never sell this. Never, ever sell this again. Like, I'm still under the firm impression that they should just... They should nerf it and offer gold refunds to anybody that doesn't like it. Like, I genuinely think that, but that's besides the point. Like, poo is brown, yeah, but it needs to be at a color that you can read. If I make it brown, then it's just not going to be readable for anyone. I hope they never sell this again. It's so broken. It's like it's basically a tier 9. It has tier 10 armor, unless you can overmatch it. In which case, then it has no armor, which is extremely funny. But like Ali said, it's not fun to play unless you get funny big HE damage pens. The gun can be infuriating when you don't pen, right? Or it misses or whatever. And it's not fun to play against. Like, it's really not fun to play against. Like, it's literally everything wrong with how to create a tank in one tank. Like, they combined everything bad that you could possibly do. They then went and done it. Like, it's really quite broken in the game. So, yeah, and I'm still, I think that even if they did sell it and people went and got it, they would then be wondering, why does everyone think it's so good? I miss all my shots. I do this, that, the other. The gun's awful. I think that players would actually say that. And they'd be right, because you're correct in thinking that the gun is absolutely awful, but then also that the gun is absolutely broken at the same time. It's like an FV 4005. But it has armor and rocket boosters. At tier 8. And you can bet your ass, if they do ever sell this thing again, it'll be an extortionate price. Like, they will put it in like an auction or something like that. It won't be an assembly shop because that'll be completely different. But they would make it like so inflated in the price, and they would sell them. Players would still buy it. They could make this 20k gold and people would still buy it. They could make it 30k gold and people would still buy it. So, I don't know. I think this was one of the worst decisions Wargaming ever done, putting this into the game. Yeah, they literally have a money printing machine with this tank, because they could make it whatever price they want and players would buy it. So it's really dumb. But let's not just sit on the BZ for the next 4 years, because we're going to be here. We'll probably be here complaining about it until they release it again. So let's move on to the WZ. Well, what is this? It's the WZ 120. Is it this one? The 120 1GFT. Trying to tech tree is interesting. I'd say highly consider. This is actually a good tank. This is I like it. I don't play it, but I like it. I should say I don't play it nearly enough. There's other tanks that I'd rather play than this vehicle, but I'd highly consider it. 440 Alpha, I think. Yep, 440 Alpha, 246 standard pen. You then have premium pen at 310 heat. You have monstrous DPM. View range isn't that good. The only downside to this vehicle is that it has no hit points. It does have some form of armor, but you have 1,100 hit points, which is really not a lot. And considering that you have a bit of a derpy gun, you can't really snipe. You kind of play mid-range. It makes it a little bit harder to play. But for those of you that know what you're getting yourself into, I'd highly consider it, because that is actually a very good tank. It just takes a lot of knowing what you're doing. The Squall. This tank is good for one thing. One thing. And that is frontline and destroying objectives, as Ali knows. This will be just as good as the Blesk. And that's about it. Like, I don't understand why it's so bad. Do you know what the worst thing is? If they made this medium tank, it would be in probably a void to maybe shortlist, actually, if it was a medium tank. If they made it a medium and then gave it maybe like a little bit more hit points, maybe some more pen or something like that, I don't know, it would probably be in shortlist, because it would actually be a funny tank to play as a medium. But it's not. You get matched up against even 90s. You get matched up with or against EBR 75 FL10s. Not obviously you getting matched up, because you would need another light tank that's a wheeled light tank to get matched up against one, but you could come up against one, is what I'm saying. But it's just... It's not really fun. It can't scout properly. It has the combat capacity to a certain degree, but not really. It's just like, why would you play it? You see, people are saying that it's fun. It's fun for when you magically get that golden clip and you do a load of damage. Up till then, it's not fun. There's nothing fun about this tank. Up until when you get that clip. And I would just straight up avoid this completely for that reason. Why would you buy this tank when you could buy a better light tank? Or even a better medium tank? You can pick HE ammo and shred the enemy light tanks. good luck doing that on Prokhorovka, because as soon as you go and shred another light tank, you're just going to die. Not to mention that if you're on, say, Prokhorovka, or another map where there's another light tank that's in a bush, your view range is so bad, you'll probably have to get into proxy range to spot them. Or at least you'd have to be within like 100 meters of them to spot them. And if you're within 100 meters, you will have been spotted by them. What's the base view range? 380. Like, it's... yeah, nah, it's staying in poo. The Skoda T27. I'd say shortlist. This is just a Progetto without the auto reloader. I think that's the closest comparator you could do, actually. The gun is more derpy than the Progetto, for definite. But I think that if you do want an autoloader, this isn't a bad choice. There's better autoloaders, but this isn't terrible. Considering it gets 3 shots, I believe. Yeah, so you get 3 shots, you get 720 clip, just the same as the Progetto 46. Your pen is not great, but you go fast enough. You have the same view range as a Squall. Poor Squall. Yeah, nah. Yeah, I think that it's just on shortlist. I wouldn't say that this is an inherently bad vehicle. I think that if you enjoy the Skodas and TVP, you'll probably enjoy this tank. It just doesn't have the pen that you'll be wanting to put it up higher. So I mean, it has okay DPM as well. No, it doesn't. I mean, 23-second reload. That's not good DPM, but it's not an ultra long reload either. Yeah, I'd say that you just put it in shortlist. It's not. I don't think this is an awful tank. Right, Skoda T56. Listen, if you're looking for a heavy tank, just get it. But it's just get it. It's the best heavy tank, excluding the BZ, at tier 8. It's so good. The standard pen is a little bit lacking. However, it is AP, which makes it better than if it was like, you know, APCR of the same pen, but that's not really here nor there. Even though that people would like to complain about the standard rounds, I haven't actually found the standard rounds to be that bad. But as long as you know what you're doing, you can kind of negate the pen a little bit. The premium rounds are 248 AP, which makes it actually okay. The only time that you really struggle with this tank is when you get into tier 10. And that's more to do with the matchmaker than the tank in general. But I think that all of these tanks, apart from the BZ, struggle when they get into tier 10. Like, it's one of those tanks that it's very, very fun and very, very good, especially the 2-round autoloader. Like, you can have a lot of fun in this thing. Just smacking people for 460 times 2. It's amazing. Yeah, probably one of my favorite heavies in the game, like tier for tier. Right, the PTK. Highly consider. I wouldn't say get it now, but I would say highly consider this. This is... I would say only highly consider this if you know what you're doing, though. Because it's not something like a Scorpion G where you just, you know, big boom, 490 alpha, you then hide, rinse and repeat. This is more, you do 250, you have insane DPM, insane HE rounds as well. Like, you can shred light tanks in this thing. Like, you shred this thing. Like, whenever there's a light tank, you have suddenly 420 alpha with a 4-second reload or something like that. It's mental. Like, you can just eradicate squalls very easily because they're big and fat, and then you just you just keep shooting them. So I think that this is highly considered because yeah, I wouldn't put it as get it now, but I would say highly consider it, because even for me, if I was creating a new account, I would say I wouldn't go out and just instantly purchase this, because it really depends on how much it's for. If it's around about the £30 mark, yeah, get it. Just get it. It's great. If it's more than £30, you know, you start to go towards like £35, and then no, too much money, way too much money. But I can't even remember how much it was when it last went on sale. Does anyone know? It was 28-ish. Perfect. If it was £28, yeah. Yeah, I really like this tank. I really like this tank. I'm actually going to put this as like number 1 on highly consider. It was on sale for 20k gold. As a bundle, probably, yeah. Abaddon, thank you very much for the prime. Thank you. Yeah, depending on the amount of gold. Yeah. You're very welcome, Abaddon. Thank you very much for the prime. I'm glad you enjoy the videos. Right, the even 90. This thing, mate. What do you mean? Hang on, Ali, what do you mean? Please never sell the even 90 again. It's in the game 24/7. Like, I don't know. It's it's so cheap and just so good. I would trade my squall for an ELC. Yeah, genuinely, if there's a trading event, you could trade in your squall, pay the difference, and get an even 90. The best way of getting an even 90 though, chat, by far the best, buy an Alpine Tiger from the Bond store, wait for a trading event, then you pay 300 gold to trade it in for an even 90. It's the best way of getting one. Because it's so cheap, its gold value is so low that when you buy an Alpine Tiger for bonds, that has a gold value of like 11,000. Obviously, that's not the full amount that you get. It's like halved and whatever. But even when you half it and then put it in for the trade-in, you then only have to pay like 300 gold to get an even 90. It's absolutely insane. So if you do want an even 90 and you think, I can't really afford £20 right now, which is the price of it, it's like £19. You think, I'll probably wait until, you know, whatever. Wait until a trading event. Make sure you have enough bonds. Buy an Alpine Tiger. Trade it in. Job done. You've got yourself an even 90 of 300 gold. This thing just terrorizes tier 8s. Every single light tank is scared of this thing. And the worst thing, but like by far, the worst thing about this tank is that it doesn't get the matchmaking like the EBR 75 FL10. This could come up against a squall. Like, the even 90 just sits in the corner, hiding. Big fat squall comes in, right? Doesn't spot him. Squall is dead. This thing has so much camo. The only real way of spotting it is if you accidentally proxy spot it. That you can get like 55% camo on this with low noise. Not even with camo net. With camo net, you can get like 70%, which is just completely overkill. Not that you should never use camo net, by the way, on this tank. It's so broken. Like, this is a tier 10 at tier 8. It's a tier 10 light at tier 8. The only thing that this struggles with is a little bit of view range issues, which it more than makes up for because you can't spot the bastard. That's a good point. Any camouflage that you find on a map, if you find some grass, if you turn off all the vegetation in the game so that in your settings, and then you go around and you find a bush, like a tiny bush, it could even be a little bit of grass. Because when you turn off the vegetation, you get remove all the bushes that aren't actually bushes, that won't give you camo. So when you do that, you then find a little bit of grass or whatever, and that's enough to cover you. Like, you have enough camo. You probably have the same camo with that little bit of grass as you would with a squall in like a 25% bush. It's insane. It's genuinely insane. Like, if you have the money and you are a light tank player, which is, I feel sorry for you if you are a light tank player, because in today's WOT tanks, it's absolutely horrible to play a light tank. But if you are a light tank player, get this thing. Either do what I said, like with the Alpine Tiger, trade it in, whatever. The training events happen like every, I don't know, half a year or something like that. I don't know, you know, whatever it is. But yeah, do that. It's absolutely insane, this thing. Another thing, the EBR 75 FL10. This is going in Please Never Sell It Again. Because it hasn't been sold ever again since, I think, 2020 or something like that. I think this was last sold in an auction. I don't know how much it went for, but this was last sold in an auction. But this absolutely destroys the matchmaker as well. Just the same as the BZ. Like, this thing, the worst thing about this is that because you get wheeled matchmaking, so if you're in a wheeled light tank, you have to play against another wheeled light tank. Now, this is actually a pretty good way of balancing the game. Because if you say an EBR 105, you get matched up against an EBR 105. It balances out. It's good, in theory, until you realise that this then gets matched up against a Lynx. Now, the Lynx doesn't like this. Because the Lynx is absolutely useless in comparison to this thing. Like, it's so dumb how you go into a game with this thing and then all of a sudden, I'm against a Lynx. I've won. If you lose against a Lynx, it's just, you're bad. Like, there's such a gulf in difference between how good the EBR is in comparison to how good the Lynx is. It doesn't get good view range. None of them do. But it gets a gun which is better than most medium tanks. It's laser accurate. It has a good DPM, autoloader with 2 shots, good HE, which means you can just wipe out light tanks as well, and you have ridiculous camo. You can get like 50% camo on this. It's absolutely insane. And you go at 75. How fast does it go? I'm saying 75 because it's in the name, but I think it's even faster than that. 80. It goes 80. It doesn't just go 80 forward. It goes 80 in reverse, like a true French tank. Because it needs to get away from the battle very fast. So, this thing is just... Yeah, with field mods and stuff like that, you can get it to 82 because you can obviously boost it up. Yeah, this thing just should never be sold again. Ever. Like, never, ever. Again, It's one of those tanks where you just think, what were they thinking when they made this? The worst thing is that I didn't really like this tank that much when it first came out. When it first came out, I didn't like the track mechanic and stuff like that. I didn't really enjoy the whole like changing the modes and stuff like that. But as time's gone on, it's just been so broken, man. It's so broken. And it makes insane credits as well. Because you have the combat capacity, you have the scout ability. And this is the other thing. You don't even need view range, right? Because when you're going at 80 kilometers an hour or 82 kilometers an hour and you have 55% camo or whatever you have, right? You can just go all the way up to someone and then suddenly do like a quick turn at like Mach 4 with like 50,000 G. Your crew is somehow fine. Like, even though they're upside down, their head's up their ass, right? But they're still driving off at 80 again. Like, it's absolutely insane. And then you've just spotted everyone. And you're unspotted. It's so insanely broken. So, I mean, yeah. I think we're all on the same page. Never sell this ever again. Ever. The Barask. Yeah, get it now. Yeah. The thing is, I don't like the Barask that much. And even I am saying, I would go and get one. Like, I do not like the gun on this tank. But it seems, with every single update, they're trying to make me like the Barask. Because first of all, it started with the experimental V-stab thing, where the aim time would then go down at the same time as that. Because on this tank, you need V-stab not for the reason that you might think. You need V-stab not because it blooms out loads. You can actually get away without having the bloom at all. Like, you could easily just play without stab. The issue comes when you fire the gun, and because it's so fast at then getting the second shell ready, you don't have time to then cancel out that bloom. So, it's, that's the whole reason why you want V-stab. And you kind of want the actual V-stab rather than experimental V-stab, and even I've experimented with it. I much prefer just having a normal V-stab, like Bounty V-stab. The best setup is IAU, Vents, and then Bounty V-stab, right? All Bounty. Or Bonded, if you have Bonded. That's the only way to really make the gun good. But it seems with every update, they're trying to make me like it even more, because now they brought out experimental IAU, which basically gives the extra accuracy, but it also gives aim time. Although I still have tried it and then I sold it because, well, not sold the tank, but I sold the experimental thing because it's just not worth it. You might as well just pick a normal IAU and just remove the aim time because, yeah. But I think that the Barask with the equipment loader that I said, like IAU, Vents, and then V-stab, it's nice. Yeah. And not to mention, the biggest factor of this tank is that if you suddenly get put into Prokhorovka without a light tank, you are now the light tank. This is a light tank in disguise. And I think that this is what a lot of people actually enjoy about the tank more than anything else. They couldn't give a shit whether or not the tank is accurate, because they just play it like a light tank. Like, people that buy this thing, some of them won't even know that it has a gun. Right? Because they'll just play it exactly like a light tank. You put low noise exhaust, CVS, and optics. Good luck to the enemy team. They can't spot you. It has like 50% camo. It has all the view range. It has CVS. You are a light tank. The only thing that you don't have as a light tank is that obviously the camo on the move, which you need to be careful about. But it's absolutely insane. So, yeah. Yeah, that goes and get it now. The All Proto. I short this list because it got buffed recently. It got buffed recently. I played it a little bit. I didn't mind it. I enjoyed it, actually. Gun is good. Armor is good. I wouldn't say I highly consider it, but I definitely shortlist it. Because for some people, you'd probably put it up here. But I think for most people, it'll just be a tank that you should have in the background of like the tanks that you should shortlist to consider getting, and then make your choice at the time. This is not. It's not always on sale. It's come on sale more recently when they did buff it, but it's a little bit rarer, or at least it was rarer until they buffed it. So keep a lookout for that. Some of you watching this will think that this is like the best tank in the game. Other people will say that it's awful, but yeah, I would look into this tank more because this is actually quite a nice complete package now. The Lorraine 40T. The thing is, I'd say probably avoid because it's not worth the money. You should buy it for bonds. Like, if you're going to buy this thing, you buy it for bonds. You don't buy it for actual money. I believe you... Can you buy the 112 for bonds? Even if you can buy the 112 for bonds, it's still worth it for money-wise because... Whatever. You can buy the 111 because you can buy the Alpine Tiger, but... Yeah. Yeah, this one is a bit of a strange one because... The gun... is... The gun is sometimes good. I think... would you agree with that, chat? It's sometimes good. It kind of has a mind of its own. It's one of those tanks that you could easily clip someone, but you're only going to do like 2 out of 4 or 1 out of 4 clip because one of the shells is just going to go, I don't feel like hitting this one, and just disappear all of a sudden. So yeah, the Rain 40T, it can stay in, probably avoid. I'd buy it for bonds. I wouldn't buy it for money. But even then, even if this was for bonds, probably avoid it because there's better tanks in it. I would still rather play the Skoda T27 than a Lorraine. Just because it's shorter reload. I know you lose out the DPM, I know, but the gun feels a little bit nicer on this than it does on this. Not to mention that you shoot potatoes with this tank. The standard rounds are so slow. You can literally just watch it go whee into the target. So... the CDC. This is clearly a get it now tank, chat. I don't know what you're on about. Like this is like a triple S tier tank. No. You should probably avoid it. Okay, you should probably avoid this vehicle. I don't even know how you would make this tank good. Buff the alpha, maybe. Not poo? No, I don't think that is a poo vehicle. It's not, man. It's not 59 pattern level. Right, the entire tank is a cupola, but that's fine. If you make it out to be that it has no armor, that's good. If you make it out to be partly armor sometimes and then just having 0 armor, that's awful. The CDC, right? The CDC, its gun would be amazing if it had 280 alpha. Because the rest of it is actually pretty decent. You're more than fast enough. You don't really have the alpha damage, but DPM is not awful. Like, the DPM on it... What does it get base? You have 2000 DPM base. It's not awful. It's not good, don't get me wrong, but it's not absolutely tragic. Like, you put a bounty rammer on it, and then you put on the... like vents. You do like vents rammer stab or something like that on it. You have 2.5k DPM. That's without adding cruise skills. So I don't think that is god awful. Like, it's definitely not in the poo level. It's bigger than the E75. Chat. I think you misunderstood this. You're talking to me like I have to listen to your opinion. I don't. I think you're misunderstanding the relationship we have here. You could say whatever you want about the CDC. This is my opinion. Yeah, I'd probably avoid it. It's not really worth your money unless you get it for a good deal. There you go. Bloody hell. Right, well, chat, now that I've put the CDC in there, it's put the Revelarice in a very peculiar position because I have to somehow justify this, what I'm about to do. Right, the Listen, this going in poo. Okay, right, we can have a full-on argument over this now. Right. Chat. The Revelarice. It has no pen. If you want pen, you suddenly have no shell velocity. It is big, it is fat, it has no armor at all, just like the CDA, or CDC, sorry. But I would rather play a CDC than the Revelarice. Again, you know what, chat? The best thing is, I don't care if you think I'm wrong. I can see loads of people commenting right now. Like, look, they're going to be like hammering it. Look, like this. Like, in fact, what a noob. CDC. Put it. I can't wait for all the comments. I cannot wait. Yeah, this thing's horrid. It's genuinely horrible. Isn't it? Doesn't it cost quite a bit? Right, so the CDA, or CDC, man, they really need to change. The cock de cock. That's probably getting muted in the VOD, but I don't know. We'll see if this gets demonetized on YouTube afterwards. What is the... So the CDC is 6,700. The Rev... it's 6,400. Okay, it's not super expensive. It's actually okay. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. You know what? I'm willing to die on this hill for this choice, okay? Man, look how big the CDC is. even the image is massive. Looks like a Roblox character. Right, the M449. Shortlist it. Shortlist it. This is not... See, this one is a little bit interesting because this doesn't really... You should never really buy it for gold. You should always buy it for bonds. 8,000 bonds. It's probably one of the best tanks on the bond store. It's the Liberté version that you can buy for bonds. Is it Liberté version that you can buy for bonds, or is it actually this one? Yeah, the Liberté you can buy for bonds, yeah. Which is exactly the same tank, it just has the skin. So, I think that this is fine putting it on shortlist. I wouldn't really put it any higher than that because there's better tanks than it. And if this was like a bond store list, it would be like right up there, right? It would be like one of the must-haves. But in comparison to all the other tanks, it's not really that great in comparison. You have a bit of a big cupola. Your hull armor is amazing, and your lower plate is amazing. You can bait a lot of shots with it. But then you need to watch out because you can't side scrape, which then becomes a little bit awkward. So I think that this is good. This is good. Shortlist. I think that's fine. The FCM 50. Yes, I would rather play it than a Revelry, say. Okay, I said it. Because even though it's better than a CDC, though. Definitely better than a CDC. I'll do like all of the... I'll like put them in order at the end. Once we've got them all in on a list. This is... man. The thing is, it has no armor. The gun isn't amazing, but it's good enough. But it has preferential matchmaking. And it can ram. That's very true. It's a very, very good point. So, I think that, listen, you should probably avoid it, okay? You shouldn't buy this thing if you're looking to have a good tank. But this can be quite fun in platoons and stuff like that. Or even on your own sometimes. It's not... I don't think this is a horrendous tank. But, yeah. The Somwa. This can go on shortlist. I like this. This is actually a good tank. This is a very good tank. Also, Mr. Sanasin, thank you very much for the prime. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you very much. The Somwa SM is like a more armored 5100. 5100 is the tier 8 one, isn't it? Yeah, then you have the 120 and the 50, but yeah. This is just like a more well-armored 5100, apart from the fact that you're a lot slower. And I think that for a lot of people, this is actually better than the 5100 because of that fact. I think that the 5100, sometimes people, because they then stick like a turbo on it and go, you know, rush into battle and then die instantly, that then causes people to then not like the vehicle. The only issue that you have is that the gun is a little bit derpy. A little bit derpy. But then you have a clip, so not awful. So yeah, shortlist. The CDA. Highly consider. Why do we only have TDs in the highly consider stage? Yeah, highly consider this. This gun is really nice. Really, really nice. After it got buffed, this is so good. It's stealthy enough. You have more than enough camo. You're fast enough. You can relocate. The only thing that you need to watch out for is the fact that obviously you are a turretless TD, so you're kind of limited in that capability without a turret and stuff like that. But this is a solid tank. It's a properly solid tank, and it's always in the store as well. You can always go ahead and buy a CDA. So CDA, how much does it cost? It costs 9,600, which is a little bit more than most of them. But this is, yeah, this is insane. Right, the Lick My Panzer. Poo. It's just awful. Like, why would you play this tank, right, when the next tank, well, the next few tanks are just flat out better than it? You have no DPM, you got gun depression, which is completely irrelevant for a light tank, on the most part. There may be some random times that yes, you can use your 17 degrees of gun depression or whatever, but for the most part, you just don't use it. Like, this is just... No. No, no, no. Like, the next tank, this tank, is better. Like, this goes in exactly the same shortlist as the M41D. Bro is out of it. Mental asylum. Mate, whoever enjoys this tank is a mental asylum patient. Why? You have, like, 0. Look. Where is it? You have no DPM. You have 380 meters view range. You have no health, which is fine because it's a light tank. You go at 60, which again is fine. But then the gun depression thing, I don't know why you need siege mode on it. What are you doing with 17 degrees of gun depression in this tank? The OPHE shell. What? This has an OPHE shell. And so does this one. Right, anyway. It's staying in poo. I don't care. I don't care. Right, the M4190, because we got slightly sidetracked from that. This is actually a good tank because it has combat capacity. It's a bit big. Okay, fair enough. It's a bit big. So you definitely wouldn't pick this for pure scouting. It's much better than a school. Listen, this is just a tier. It's not. I'm not like in this. I will then put them up of like where they would be in that. Okay, afterwards. But this is not ranked yet within that rank, but it's still poo. Anyway, this one, it has very, very good HE. It has very, very good combat capacity. It's just a bit big. It's just a bit big. It's big boned, chat. Okay, this one is big boned. A bit like the Hawk 30, which is also big boned, but it looks like a mini Leo, so it's going to be higher up. I actually really like the Hawk 30. Do you know what? I'd highly consider the Hawk 30. Listen, it's my list. I don't care. I'd highly consider this. The reason being, it has good view range. It has good damage. You actually have more DPM on that vehicle than you do on a Patriot. Like, what? Like, on the Hawk 30, you genuinely have more DPM than a Patriot. And it has heat rounds that go faster than the standard rounds. Which also doesn't really make sense. So, it's just amazing. You could become a medium if you want to. You could scout if you want to. I think that this one is like a kind of do-it-all style tank. Like, I really, really like this tank. I would highly consider it. I rate it higher than the M4190 because I don't like the look of the M4190, and that's purely the only reason, by the way. What's the base? What's the base view range on it? It's 410 base view range as well. But the Hawk 30 goes at 70, has good power to weight, and has 410 base view range. The M4190, it goes at 72, but has worse power to weight and has less view range. It has slightly more DPM, but that's besides the point. I'd rather play with the Hawk 30 than the M4190. You get slightly better gun dispersion as well on the Hawk 30. So yeah, I think that's going there. Problem is, it gets matchmade against even 90s. Well, yeah, but that's not in a get it now, then, is it? You can say the same for every single light tank. What are we going to do? Put every single light tank in poo apart from the even 90? Like, it's... You know? Yes. Just create a new category. It's a light tank that isn't an even... The new category, not an even 19. Just put them all in there. Right, the Panther 88. Probably avoid. Probably avoid. It's not really a good tank. It has DPM. It has 280 alpha, which is actually pretty good. But overall, you should probably not spend money on it. The Mutz. Again, this is another tank. You should probably avoid it. It does have some like weird ricochet angles, which can be quite funny. But if you're gonna buy it, you buy it for bonds. You buy the Mutz for bonds. So yeah, that's not too bad. This one is on shortlist. I wouldn't say highly considered because unlike the PTK, even though that this tank has very, very good DPM with low alpha, it's not as easy to play as the PTK is, because the PTK you can just snipe with it. You don't really need to think about too much. Whereas with this one, you need to kind of be in position. It has monstrous HE rounds though. Like, monstrous HE rounds. But it's insanely hard to play. And I think it's even more hard to play than the PTK because of the fact that it's a medium tank. So, yeah, I'd say shortlist it. Because for some people, you would want to get this over like a PTK or something like that. But for most people, not so much. It's not so easy. The Mauerbrecher. I need a drink for this. It's too big. This thing, you know how I've recently made the mouse tech tree, like, is it worth the grind? And I was talking about how the turret bows inwards for the VKP, and then on the Malshan, you don't have like the turret on the top, and it's kind of annoying. That has both. This has like a Malshan turret that's even worse. In fact, actually, does it have the same turret? Not quite the same, but VK168. Let's have a little look at it. What a machine. Oh, it's 230. That's even... Oh! Yeah, chap. It's staying in poo. Listen, it's not good. You might think that it'll play like a VKP. The tier 8. You know? You might think that it would be playing like the VKP at tier 8 in the tech tree. It doesn't. It plays more like a Malshan, but at tier 8. It's just... It's horrible. You are so big that you can be seen by, like, from orbit. Right? You might as well spawn in spotted with how big it is. And then you drive for literally half an hour to realize that the game is over and you have no damage. And even if you drove all that time and there was damage there, you would peek the corner, they would shoot your cupola, and you are then dead. Like, it's unlike the VKP, which you drive for half an hour, you then bounce a load of stuff, and you actually play the game. It's like with the Malshan. You drive, if you're lucky you bounce, but most of the time you don't, and then you die. It has a bicycle, that's a must-have. Yeah, you could get out the tank, go on the bike, to a different vehicle to play. I think that's the best. That's the only thing that's positive about it. The Mittlerer. Name another tank with a getaway vehicle. I think they should probably avoid this tank. I think they should probably avoid it. This was done with the June collaboration. Jesus, I couldn't speak. So this is kind of rare. I think it only got sold once after it. It's not an awful vehicle, but it kind of sits in the same situation as the 122TM. It doesn't have DPM. The gun is okay. Armor is sometimes okay. But, like, I'd rather play a 122TM than this, I think. I think that I'd rather play a 122TM. The Rampanzer. Highly consider. The Rampanzer is back. This thing is just mwah. It now has like 3,000 DPM. It's so good. Where is it? Oh no. I don't know how to spell it. Good, I've got to try and find it. There we go. This has 2,500... Wait. This has 2,500 base DPM. Alright, if you then go ahead and add Brothers in Arms, food, bounty rammer, 3,000 DPM. You have a 5.5 second reload for 280 alpha. The dispersion isn't awful. Top speed of 40. Good enough view range. 1,500 health. And an armor model that is actually somewhat decent. Because you might look at this and say, well, this is awful. But this won't be very good for heat rounds. I can't actually show you heat rounds. But they get mostly absorbed by this. There is random points where they actually goes through. But that's besides the point. The turret is very, very good. Apart from that cupola. But it doesn't matter. Because you have, obviously, so much DPM that you just out DPM whoever you're fighting. Like, it's insane. And if you're, like, you know, going backwards and forwards, trying to be annoying, chances are they miss one shot and then that's it. It's over. You then win, they then lose. So, it's really quite good now, actually. And they said nothing about it. Like, when they buffed it, the only way that you found out about it was, like, in the patch notes, right at the very bottom of the page, you could then find it. Which, very, very strange. Like, they just kind of didn't say much about it. So, yeah, I'd highly consider this one. It won't be for everyone, though. Because some people just won't like the cupola. So, yeah. But I think for most people, they'll really enjoy that DPM. But they really will. The VK7501K. Yeah. It kind of has its place, though. It has 490 alpha, but it's not good. It doesn't... The thing is, it kind of has armor, but then doesn't because of the turret situation. The cupola is basically always visible. Always. So when you come around a corner, it doesn't matter which way you're looking. As soon as you end up looking at someone, they just then shoot the cupola. So it's kind of annoying, but the alpha is very nice to have. Like, for it to have 490 alpha, it kind of makes up for it. And it's definitely better than a Mauerbracker. Like, it's leagues above this thing. So, yeah, I think we put it in a void. It's definitely not a awful tank. But it's not a good tank either. E75 TS. Highly consider. Highly consider. This is a good tank. The only thing you need to be aware of is that one sec, because I need to try and work out what the caliber is. Yeah, so anything greater than 120 will overmatch you underneath the tracks. Wait, that's not the right one. 1 second. I was looking at the E75. It's the wrong tank, Max. 1 second. Wait. Does it not? Yeah. Oh, it is 40. Yeah. Yeah, so it is 40. It's the same as E75. So yeah, anything greater than 120 will then overmatch you under the track. So when you're starting to rock, and it's quite annoying on this tank especially because you're quite a tall vehicle. So when you do like rock backwards and forwards, it's really easy to take damage from it. But the turret is insane. Like look at this turret. This turret is so nice. Apart from the fact that there's a random like spots here and there that you can get penned, and you obviously have the rangefinders, which are actually a hit point. So yeah, but Cupola is hard to hit. Most people will aim for the Cupola as well. They won't even bother trying to go for this. And like yeah, as I said, like as you turn, you do get random points that you can get penned, like in the gun. It's the same as the Lerva in that respect. But yeah, the turret is really nice. It's fast enough as well. Like you have 45 top speed, and that's effective top speed on medium and hard. Yeah, I think that it's actually kind of nice. Not to mention, you have 227 standard pen and 282 premium pen. Like you have a lot of pen on this thing. So yeah, I think highly consider. It's not a get it now tank, but highly consider it. Right, the Jagdtiger prototype. Wait, do I have 2 Jagdtiger prototypes here? I think I do. Right, well, we just ignore one of them, okay? That actually needs to go there. And then what we'll do, we'll move that one all the way down the bottom. And we'll just ignore that. Right, the Lerva. Move on to the Jagdtiger prototype at the end. Yeah, we need to finish heavies first. So the Lerva. Let's shortlist it. Listen, there are a lot of Lerva haters in the world. And I don't understand all you Lerva haters. The Lerva is a beautiful tank. It might be one of the most expensive tanks in the game. But it has its place. It makes so many credits. Like it's so good for making credits. And the gun is very reliable. Like, very reliable. Now, obviously, over time, the Lerva has been slightly power crept. But I still think that it's good. I think that the alpha damage now for the Lerva is not where it should be. I think this should have 360 alpha now. Rather than the 320. But the premium round is like... What is it? It's like 294 or something? Oh, for God's sake. Please, TanksUG, if anybody is watching this who is involved in TanksUG, just make it so that I don't need to type like the whatever they call it, like the extra stuff on the names of tanks, like this with the Rampanzer. Yeah, you get 324 standard rounds. Imagine that. 234 standard pen and 294 premium rounds. It's just so good. You drop off a lot over 500 meters. Like, you know, it's just a good tank. It's just good. It doesn't have DPM, but the accuracy is amazing. And it's so slow as well that you don't necessarily need V-stab. Like, it goes at 35 and it has 11 pound to weight. I love this thing. If they made this 360 alpha, they wouldn't even need to change the reload time. Make it 360 alpha, keep everything exactly the same. You just buff the leather and it's now a very nice tank to play. But I really like this thing. If you're looking for a credit maker, it's like fantastic. But I'm also under no, like, you know, disillusion that it's not as good as other tanks, right? It's not. So, you know, if I'm going to, as I said, like with these tanks, I'm looking at this from like a perspective of, if I'm making a brand new account, what tanks would I then go, oh yeah, I need to get them now, or I need to highly consider shortlist, you know, like if I had absolutely no premium tanks, what ones how I'd rate them. And the leather, it would be on a shortlist because it's very expensive. Like, it's very expensive. I think this is like the most expensive tier 8 in the game. So, yeah, that's why it's not up higher. And also just because it doesn't perform as well as other tanks. So, yeah. It does just absolutely print credits. I'll use that as a new argument. I don't need V-stabs, I'm too slow. It depends heavily on your turret dispersion. Your turret dispersion, we'll also just wait a minute, just so the ads are over, and then I'll continue. It heavily depends on your turret dispersion, because if your turret dispersion is low enough, you don't really need to pick V-stabs on a slow tank. So... Twitch, by the way, YouTube has taken over you with concurrent viewers. It's unfortunate. YouTube's just better than you at the moment. It's what I do so I don't get ads. You're subbed to me on Twitch. You don't get ads anyway. Anyway. Right, moving on. Ads are about to be over in 10 seconds. Well, YouTube doesn't have chat. So, chat's only on Twitch. So, people that are lurking on YouTube is just for, like, a higher quality video and stuff. They're also a little bit behind, but... Anyway, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed your ads. Now that the peasants are back with us, let's now move on to... This is the Jagdtiger 88, and then the Jagdtiger prototype is afterwards. Yeah. So, the Jagdtiger 88. It prints credits, but it's not that great. It's not an amazing tank. I marked it. I actually quite enjoyed marking it up until about 90%, which is the same for every single tank that I usually play. But I wouldn't say that you should go and get it. It's quite expensive, I think, as well. Preferential matchmaking, though, which is a massive, massive, massive positive. So... yeah, I think probably avoid, but it's there if, you know, if you enjoy that very, very fast It has like monstrous alpha damage. Not alpha damage, DPM, sorry. But very low alpha. So, yeah, probably avoid. Move on to the Jagdtiger prototype. The Jagdtiger prototype is just basically a Scorpion G in a Jagdtiger's body. That is at tier 8. So, I mean, the thing is, I would say probably avoid. Just the same as the Jagdtiger for the same reasons. It's one of those tanks where if you... And this doesn't get preferential matchmaking, unlike the Jagdtiger 88. Actually, you know what? I'm going to move up the Jagdtiger 88 into shortlist. This actually... I think that that's doing it a disservice if it's not in that. Because this tank makes a lot of credits. And it's got preferential matchmaking. You know, that's on shortlist. That's on shortlist. I'm actually moving that up. Where is the Scorpion G? The Scorpion's here. It just doesn't have the Scorpion G one. It's the unskinned one. I'm moving this up. I like this. This earns a lot. This will earn you a lot of credits. And I'm moving the Jagdtiger prototype down to probably avoid. Purely for the fact that this can meet tier 10, whereas this armor is so much better. It does get the same armor, doesn't it? Let me just think. Jagdtiger 88 has shit for pen. It doesn't matter. You don't meet tier 10. So type. Does this get exactly the same armor as this thing? I can't remember. I can't remember the superstructure armor. This is obviously not going to be... Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yeah. Okay. All right, that's fine. Yeah. In that case, then, yeah. That's... Yeah, that's how I'd rate them. The Jagdtiger prototype, you should probably avoid it. Because it is just a Scorpion G that has no flexibility. And then why would you not just go and buy a Scorpion G at that point? And the armor is okay, but again, you're going to meet tier 10s with this armor, and the tier 10s don't care about that armor. So, it's not a bad vehicle, but in comparison to what else you could get, yeah. And the worst thing is, like, this thing compared to an actual Jagdtiger is insane. And I know that it's a tier higher, but it's insane. So, yeah. Anyway, Kanonen. This one is the 90mm one, I think. Probably. Yeah, let's be honest. It's staying in poo. To be honest with you, both of them are. I'm doing both of them here. This doesn't have the gun arc. Neither of them have the gun arc. And neither of them are good enough to be put in anywhere else. They're just better tank destroyers. How much do they cost? Kanonen. One second, I've got to go and find it again. Right, so you have the 105, which goes at 70, very fast. But like, it has no gun arc, man. Like, it's not as bad as like the Blitzkowitz or something like that, or the Grom, right? Don't get me wrong, but it has like 15 either side. It just, and in this kind of chassis as well, you just feel like you're constantly turning, like all the time. You feel like you never you never have enough gun arc. Gun handling, awful. Dispersion is okay. Top speed is good. Health-wise, bit too low, to be honest. And then the 90mm gun, it's the same thing, but for some reason, the 90mm gun has worse turret dispersion than the 105. And the 105 has worse power to weight. It doesn't really make sense. This also has more health. Like, they're both in poo. Like, they're both in poo. I wouldn't recommend you get any of them. Like, there are... This tank, right, the 105... This is the 105, sorry. The 105 has the range rod on top of it. The 105, compared to a CDA, is like night and day, the difference between them. Like, a CDA is infinitely better. Like, infinitely better. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend either of these. Scorpion G. Just get it. Just get it. I love this thing. It's better than the CDA. It's better than the PTK for like 90% of people. Like, I love this thing. This tank is just... It's so... just... It does what you expect it to do. Like, there's some people that say that the tank is inaccurate, this, that, the other. I have not found this. Like, my tank usually hits what I aim at. And it just does 490 alpha. It earns you a load of money. I don't know what's not to like. And considering you get exactly the same gun as a Jagdtiger prototype, but you don't have to worry about being so slow, and you don't have to play as an assault tank destroyer, this is just insane how much better it is. No. See, I don't think that for the majority of the player base, you should get a PTK over a Scorpion G. There are some people that will want it, but I don't think, and even for me personally, if these were both on sale, I'd pick the Scorpion G over the PTK. Like, if they were both on sale exactly the same time, and I had the choice of one, I pick the Scorpion G. Like, alpha damage wins more times than DPM does. So, yeah, this has 490 alpha. You have flexibility to move anywhere. It's a beautiful tank, honestly. Like, this is my go-to, like, TD if I just want to earn some money. Prosciutto 46. We're moving this all the way up, by the way. This is getting firmly placed up in, like, the get it now, okay? Like, this is vroom, all the way up. I mean, this is like my favorite tank in the game. This is literally my favorite tank in the game, probably. This and the Leo 1, like, they're by far my favorite tanks in the game. It's uninsulting. It doesn't really do anything bad. The gun is reliable. You have good enough speed. You have good enough camo rating and stuff like that. It's absolutely just a beautiful vehicle. And I still stand by this. I've always said, if you are going to get one Tier 8 Premium, just get a Prosciutto 46. It's so good. Like, it's... I prefer it much more than a Barask. Even though you can't have the scouting capability that the Barask has, the gun is just so reliable in comparison. So, yeah. Like, I really love this vehicle. Bazonte, probably avoid. Probably avoid the Bazonte. The Bazonte, I don't think is worth getting. The gun is derpy. It has the auto-reloader mechanic with the compensation mechanic, which I don't know why anybody would use the compensation mechanic. Oh, look, I have 1 second left. I should fire. No, just wait that 1 second and then just fire afterwards. So, yeah, I think that this is not... The armor's good. The armor is really good. But the gun really lets it down. Like, really lets it down. And the whole auto-reloader mechanic as well, it kind of just... No. Yeah. Yeah. I think that you're better off in a lot more tanks than you are in that. Vipera. See, this should go on the shortlist. The reason being is that the gun is fine, I think. It's not good by any means. Like, the gun will sometimes just do whatever it feels like doing. The armor is absolutely insane. Like, ridiculous. But it's boring to play. It's boring. It's so boring. You sit there in front of someone that can't pen you, and you just unload your clip, and you go, right, I'll see you in 30 seconds or whatever it is to reload. And then you go back. You watch youtube.com, MaxGamingFPS on the side of your second monitor. And yeah, look, he's playing like shit. All right, back into game. All right, then you continue. You do your next clip. That is the Vipera life. And it's the same with all Italian tank destroyers. You sit there, you do your clip, you then back off. You know? It's so boring. And then the gun will just randomly troll you, and then you get annoyed by playing it. It's not fun for the person playing against you. It's not fun for you playing, which is why you should be very well aware of what you are getting yourself into when you consider getting this tank. Because although it is funny for the first maybe 5 games, where you just sit there, you peek, you can't really get penned. As soon as you meet someone that can pen you, your armor is irrelevant. Your armor goes downhill rapidly when you meet tier 10. Or even tier 9. If they have 340 heat, I believe it's like 300 pen or something for the superstructure. What's the superstructure pen? Yeah, 300 pen. 300 pen for the superstructure. It's probably a little bit more for that for heat. But yeah, you meet tier 10, you have nothing. You have absolutely nothing. So, yeah. I think that shortlist is fine. I wouldn't say avoid it because it's better than most other tanks, but it's just incredibly boring to play. The STA-2. The thing is with this tank, it's like, it's inoffensive. It doesn't do anything tragically bad. Like, it's... I'd say shortlist it. I wouldn't say... I wouldn't... No, the gun is okay. This is like a medium tank that just doesn't do anything badly or good. But this is like the definition of a mid tank. It just doesn't do anything good or bad. What do you mean it's bad? Look at it. Look at the stats. STA-2. How are you calling this bad? 0.34 dispersion. The dispersion factors are good. You got 55. You don't have armor, which is fine. You just need to know how to play it. 1,400 health. Like, look, if you go like this, you go like this, you go like this. Where is it? Right, hang on. Look, you do all of this. Yeah, you still have like some other stuff to do as well. Whatever with the crew skills. I can't be bothered to do them all now. You'll have good enough view range with situational awareness. Where is it? This one. This one. Right? 447 meters view range. You have 2.5k DPM. You have 1,500 hit points. The gun is amazing. Accurate enough. Good enough aim time. Good enough reload time. You can't say that's bad. And it has sometimes armor. That's the best way of putting it. Because at random points, you'll just get some random ricochet. Right? You look at it now and you think, this has no armor. At random points, chat, I guarantee you, you will bounce something and you just go, how did he bounce? How did I even bounce that? Your mantlet is actually pretty good. It's not good against, you know, most things. But randomly, they'll just hit a random spot that they'll then bounce. So if you play it like you know you don't have armor, you know full well you don't have armor, that's fine. But a gun is okay. The shell velocity is fine. The premium round is 275 heat rounds. That's very, very good for a medium tank. Like, very good. So, yeah, shortlist it. Don't let people tell you it's shit. Like, this is like, as I said, this is like the definition of mid. It does nothing badly. It does nothing exceptionally well. So, yeah. I'd say this is not an awful tank. Better than a Revelarice. It's better than a CDC. It takes my BZ shocks exceptionally well. Lovely. The Type 63. Listen, it's between probably avoid and poo. And it's pretty close to being a poo. Let's have a little look. Type 63. See, you have 0.27 dispersion if you're in the correct mode. But then if you're not, you have 0.36, which actually isn't too bad. You don't really have DPM. I think for the turret, I can't put it in poo. But I would say probably avoid it. So, yeah, I think it belongs there. Because the thing is, it has no DPM. Your premium rounds are insane at 290 heat rounds. And your standard rounds are pretty good. The suspension mechanic does my head in. But you have literally an impenetrable turret. Like, you just don't pen this. Heat rounds? The only way that you really pen this is by going like through this little ring here. Or you manage to hit random little spots. So, yeah, probably avoid. Probably avoid it. The Carry. Get it now. Get it now. Along with the Scorpion G, this thing is just amazing. This is like the Carry, right? It's just a better Yak Tiger prototype. It's just a better one. Like, it's just nicer in every way. You have some of the best premium rounds in the game at 303. Is it 303? I believe so. Sorry, 298. 298 AP. And then your standard round is a 252 AP. So you have more than enough penetration, even with the standard rounds. That's absolutely mental. Your armor, however, is not exceptional, but it's good enough. See, the problem with the Yak Tiger prototype is that it's slow with some mediocre armor. Although it has a superstructure of 250 for the Yak Tiger prototype, it's really slow. So no matter what you do, you kind of get penned. With this one, because you're fast enough, you can actually afford to just play at a bit of a mid-range kind of thing. And then you'll get random shots that hit here, whatever. So, yeah. The armor, you need to kind of play like you don't have armor, but then randomly you'll bounce stuff. I mean, if you play hold down, it gets a little bit better. But not by much. Like, you're only up in that to about 240. So, but yeah. Curry is just it's a lovely tank. Like, you have a good gun on a good platform. I don't know what's not to love. Like, I've done a video recently and said, like, this might be my favorite tier 8 TD. And yeah, I think I prefer it over the Scorpion. But I think that a lot of people at the same time won't prefer it over the Scorpion purely for the fact that it doesn't have a turret. So for some people, the Scorpion is going to be 10 times better, but they don't really play the same. So the Scorpion is more of a sniper. This is more of a mid-range to brawling heavy that you then... what's it called? Like, if you're top tier, you can dominate. If you're not top tier, you kind of need to snipe a little bit. So... yeah, the CS52 list, highly consider. The reason being, I'm out of tea. That's very sad. The thing is with the list, if you fire full gold, it's a good tank. If you don't fire full gold, it's like you're playing a different tank entirely. It's... and for anybody watching that hasn't played the list, that isn't an exaggeration. When you load premium, it is genuinely like playing a different tank. Because here are the stats for the list. You have 980 shell velocity with 208 standard pen. When you then fire premium, you have 252 pen with 1,569 shell velocity. Nice. It's just... and this is one of the things that people don't take into consideration as well, of why the premium round is better. It's not necessarily just because of pen. It's because of the shell velocity. Because you can snipe with it more. Like, shell velocity plays a pretty big role in sniping. If you have sub, like, 1,000 shell velocity, it's kind of a little bit hard to snipe. And even with 1,000, it's not that nice. But if you have like 1,500, plus then you have like perfect charge as well, which then whacks up to 1,700. I hope they've actually done this correct now. But then you have like, you know, food. It's just so fast. Like, it's unreal. And it feels like playing a different tank. You don't get much hit points. Like 1,300. And you can sometimes feel that in-game. The view range isn't good. You never actually reach the maximum view range with your tank. Because even if you use like vents, you only go up to 437. Which is not so great. So... and you would really like to have stab on this tank. So really you have this, and then whatever else you choose here. So yeah. The turret wise, it is good enough, but only against your tier. So the list, yeah, definitely a highly considered tank, because you, depending on the player, if you're free to play, it's maybe not as good, but even then, it's still good mid-range with the standard rounds. Right, I need the toilet quickly. We've been streaming for 2 hours. I'm going to run... there'll be 2 minutes of ads, and I'll be back, okay? Go back, chat. Okay. Are we prepared for another 2 hours? How far through are we? Like, we're not really, no, we've done a fair amount. We're probably about halfway. We're probably about halfway through. Ish. It's taken a lot longer than I thought. Righty-ho. Okay. I forgot CS52C in the list. That's true. I'll have to add it. Okay, hang on. Wait, I don't actually know if I can add it without resetting the entire thing. The CS52C would go in, I can't even remember that tank actually, give me a sec. CS52. Probably avoid. Yeah. So it doesn't have the benefit of like the thing. It's got high dispersion. Yeah. The CS52C would probably go in, probably avoid. I don't think it's like if this was a CS52C, probably avoid. It has its place here and there, but I don't think it's a poo vehicle, but it's not good. So right, the 50 TP prototype. It's one of the better heavies in the game. I'd say highly consider. I'd say highly consider. I think that this tank has its place because you can actually side scrape in this tank and it's quite hard to pen it still, even though it has the bit in the middle. I think that this is highly consider because it's like a Defender but better. I remember when this came out and there was the Defender as well, and people then compared it to the Defender. The Defender has much better hull armor, but like this is such a nicer gun. And I think that, yeah, if you're looking at tanks to get, like, it's better than a Liberté, it's better than a Sombra, it's better than a 112. I think, yeah, highly consider it. It's a good vehicle. The 56 TP, on the other hand, is probably avoid. Probably avoid it. It's, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's quite poo, because it has a little bit of armor. But not a lot. It's like the thing is the gun is not like horrendous. 56 TP. The gun is not horrendous. Like, it has good dispersion. The aim time is a bit high, but not too high. 221 standard pen. Yeah, you don't have good premium pen for a heavy tank. And the dispersion factors are not good on the move or tank traverse, but turret traverse is good enough. What's about the shell velocity? Shell velocity doesn't really go up too much. Good enough terrain resistances. It just doesn't have DPM. But that's the biggest trade-off. You have 9 degrees of gun depression though. So if this didn't have gun depression, it wouldn't be very high. So yeah. It doesn't have good armor. Man, I swear this thing has... Yeah, like, look. Like, sure, you can get penned here and here. Yes, whatever. But, like, okay, I mean, most people, and I will tell you this now, are either lucky that they hit this because they will not know about it. Like, the most of the people will try and go for the cupola. They'll miss and go low. Like, this is... You look at this and you think, oh, everybody's going to pen hit. Hardly anybody knows about this. And bearing in mind, if you're like rocking backwards and forwards and being annoying, it then amplifies it. The hull armor's pretty useless, but you can sort of side scrape. So yeah, it has some armor. But yeah, you should probably avoid it. It's not that great. With penetration indicator, everybody knows. You'll be surprised. You'll be very surprised. People say about the penetration indicator and how it ruins everything. A lot of people don't even have penetration indicator even on. Like the average World of Tanks player just plays with default settings. So the Grom. Right, I think we're putting this in highly consider because it's very, very situational. The reason why it's in highly consider and not in shortlist, it's definitely not a get it now tank because it's not a carry. The carry is just like on a playability level and flexibility level, the carry is so high above the Grom. It's not even funny. But the Grom is exceptional for people that know what they're doing. It's unbelievably good for people that know what they're doing. If you don't know what you're doing in the Grom, it's like an avoid style of tank. This thing, you go up to someone, you smack them in the face for 800, you then retreat. You do the same thing. You just rinse and repeat. Your armor is not that great. I still prefer the Kalana's armor because it's fully flat and you can actually bounce stuff a little bit more when you're at an angle. Your side armor is also very weak, but you still have armor and a gun that has very, very high pen. So you can actually earn a lot of credits from this as well because the standard rounds are very good. But it's not as good as like a carry or a Scorpion or something like that. Purely for the fact that you need to have a map that this tank can work on. So I would highly consider it, but you need to know what you're doing with it. So yeah, I think that stays in just highly considered. The Lantern Sea shortlist. This is another tank that doesn't do anything wrong, doesn't do anything exceptionally well. It has exceptional camo, but apart from that, it doesn't really have anything else that's ultra exceptional. Good DPM. Penetration is a little bit lacking, but overall, this isn't bad.
Olomex, tis a resident very merry M60 Murican gamer, currently spreading more bread and circuses since I dropped down to 86% mark. However, the more important question, where can I find this tier list?
You just go on Tier Maker, type in Tier 8 premium tanks, and you should find it. I believe it's public. But yeah, thank you very much for the 13 months with Prime. Thank you very much. Yeah, the Lantern Sea, it's a very uninsulting tank. Nothing exceptional. Nothing bad. Yeah, I think it's a lot like the ST2 or STA2. Sorry, it's probably a little bit better than the STA2 overall, because it does have like some more funny angles where you'll get random bounces. But again, it's one of those tanks that it's just okay to play. It's a comfy tank. Yeah, comfy tank. Yeah. It doesn't do anything ultra wrong. And for those of you that have just joined, okay, this is going to be... I'll rearrange all of the images to how I would do them at the end. So, like, you know, this is not the final, like, you know, how they're all laid out. This by no means means that. So, you know, at the end of it, I'll move around, like, the tanks and so on and so forth in their tiers. So, yeah. The STRV-81. Oh, what a machine. Yeah, that's going in poo. That is... Whew. No. Just no. Just no. This is a horrible machine. I don't know why anyone would buy it. I really don't know why anyone would buy it. And the Emil 19... What even is it? Emil 1951? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why you'd buy this tank. I mean, I didn't buy this tank. This tank I got for doing frontline years ago. It was a frontline reward tank where if you completed a certain amount of stuff in frontline, you then got this tank. The entire point of the Cran tech tree line is they have good turrets. This doesn't have a good turret. Like, look at it. Look at this. Look at this. You look at that and you go, phenomenal, Max. It's 250 pen. And you meet tier 10. You meet tier 9. Like, it's good against your own tier and below if you meet someone that doesn't have around about 260 pen. But when you do, it's just awful. And the gun... It doesn't go where you aim it. It literally doesn't go where you aim it. It's just... Let's just move on. Let's just move on. That is a poo vehicle. The Tornvarn. This got buffed recently. I say recently. That probably wasn't recently. It got buffed at some point. I think that when it got buffed, it moved up from being poo to probably ignore. Even though the buffs were very, very slight. It got buffed a little bit. But it's no longer in the poo tier. This, however, is very, very similar to the Vipera. But the Vipera is faster. Or at least more agile than the Tornvarn. Because this thing is a slug. It is another vehicle that is awful to play against. The gun is just horrific. It is so bad. The mobility is awful. The alpha damage is fine, because it has... One sec. I believe it's like 400 or something. Yeah, 400 alpha. So it has 400 alpha, but the biggest killer of this vehicle is that it has 0.2 turret dispersion. So when you turn the turret, it just blooms out massively. And even if you put stab on this thing, it doesn't even help it that much. You go all the way down to 0.15, which is what normal tanks, if they have a bad gun, have as their turret dispersion to start off with, without any equipment. So you have no DPM, no accuracy, no... The penetration's good. That's about it. It's just... Yeah. You know what? No, it's going back in poo. It's not even deserved of that. This tank is not worth it. Even though that you have a literal impenetrable turret, the tank is so abysmally, like, diabolical to play that it's not worth playing. Like, it's just not. I thought they buffed it a little bit more than they did after reading those stats, but no. But that is... It needs another buff. Even if it's just to make the gun dispersion a bit better again. But like, this is such lazy game design again, or tank design again, where, impenetrable tank. How do we balance it? We give it a gun that can't hit anything. That way people can't complain. But people will complain because you've built a tank that is literally unpennable. It doesn't matter because all that you've done is now piss off both the person that's shooting at it and the person that's playing it. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, that can stay in poo. The S1. This goes on shortlist. I think you need to know what you're getting yourself into. It's not as flexible as like a WZ or a PTK or a Scorpion G, but it has its place. You have a monstrous standard pen. Believe 288. S1. 288 APCR standard pen and then 303 premium APCR. It's really very nice. You have the same accuracy as the 1030, I believe, though. Yeah. So you have pretty much, in fact, you have the same gun as the 1030. You just have less DPM. So it can be a little bit derpy, to be fair to you, in some situations. But most of the time, it's more than accurate enough. I think that the best loadout for that tank is like Vance Rammer IAU if you're going to be sniping at distance. Because even in siege mode, you actually only go down to 0.29 base, or once you have a crew on it. So if you can then get that all the way down to being really accurate, then that's even better. But if you're just playing it a bit more up close, then maybe you can go for like that turbo, which would be really nice to have. The thing is with this vehicle, you can't really brawl with it unless you know what caliber you're up against. Because if you don't know what caliber you're up against, you can get overmatched so easily, and it's quite funny when you yourself know what caliber you have, and I don't know what caliber I have. I'm stalling for time. What's the 90 greater than 90 caliber? If you yourself have a greater than 90mm gun and you see one of these things, you can just overmatch it. And when they come up and they think, yeah, look at me in my S1, and then they just get shot instantly because you can overmatch it, it's quite funny. So yeah, you need to know what you're doing, but overall, it's good. It's good. Senlac. It's going in poo. It's just going in poo. There may be some of you that like it. Okay, fair enough. You like the tank, but you like a poo vehicle. Okay. Like it's if I link this, does this actually just go straight to this? Oh, that actually saves what I was working on. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, if you click that, then you can just click reset. There you go. I didn't realize that it would just work like that.
I don't like poo vehicles.
No, I don't like poo vehicles either. Thank you, Excalibur, for the 4 months. Thank you. Yeah, there's so many better tanks than the Senlac. I don't know why you'd buy it. Even for bonds. I wouldn't buy this tank for bonds. The G-Saw 1010. It's not as bad as other vehicles, but it's not good tank. Yeah. It's not in poo. It's not in poo. But I feel like this is more than capable in the damage department to make up for anything that it lacks in mobility sometimes. The exact same way that I wouldn't rate the Concept 5 as complete poo. Because the gun, it kind of makes up for a little bit of it. It doesn't have DPM, but you get what I mean. Yeah, I wouldn't rate this. Yeah, I'd rather play over a Revelry than a 59 pattern. And that. But over like, I wouldn't play this over like a Rain. Definitely wouldn't play it over a Mutz. But yeah. I think that that's good enough. I think that's a fair way of rating it. The FB4202. Now chat, we get to decide, or you get to see who has been here long enough to understand where it's going. We will now realize who the true long-term viewers are. That's right, chat. It's going in poo. It's going all the way down to poo. It doesn't have the alpha damage. It annoys me. I hate it. I hate it again. Moving on to the next tank. The Centurion 5-1. Shortlist. This is actually not a bad vehicle. It's leagues and leagues and leagues above what the FV4202 is. It's not even funny, really, comparing the FV to the Cent 5-1. But the Cent 5-1 is just so much nicer. So, yeah. And I genuinely would rather play a G-Saw 1010 over an FV4202. So, yeah. So, yeah, I think that's fair. The Centurion, the Chieftain T95, that is firmly going in poo. That is, that is a turd. That is an absolute turd. This is like, I don't understand why anyone would buy it. The only reason why anybody should have this vehicle in their garage is if you somehow got it for free from like a loot box or something like that. Free. Or you got it for free genuinely during a campaign and where you were crafting it. That's the only reason why you should ever have one of these things. If you accidentally got it from a loot box, or you crafted it during a campaign. Yeah, this is the buffed one. Yeah, this is a tragic vehicle. A genuinely tragic vehicle. There's not much more to say on that. The Nemesis. This isn't... It's not bad. But I don't think that it's... Wait, I need to look something up about this tank, actually. Oh, it is a medium. Good. But it doesn't have... Oh! No, right, okay. Right. Sorry, I looked at the gun dispersion. Oh, dear. Yeah, I was looking at that and thinking, oh. Yeah, that looks good. Then I realised, that doesn't look good. This doesn't look good at all. No. This doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. Again, we compare this to a 122TM. 122TM is just better than this tank. I'd rather play a 122TM than the Nemesis. Because why wouldn't you? For goodness sake. 122 TM. It's just, you know, you see what I mean, chat? You get what I'm, you know, you're picking up what I'm putting down. The 122 TM has more health. It has a bit less DPM. Faster top speed. I mean, fair enough. Okay, the top speed is a bit irrelevant because it doesn't reach that top speed, but yeah. It's staying in a void. It's not a poo vehicle because it can have its situation, because it has a higher than average alpha damage. Sure. But it's in a void, mainly. Carnarvon Action 10. Probably shortlist this. Because I don't think it's highly considered, because it has its issues. It doesn't have the alpha damage, which is quite annoying about it. It's quite an annoying vehicle regarding the alpha damage. But it has the DPM. It can make you some credits. It's semi-forgiving. I think that it's just in a shortlist. It's not better than an E75 TS. Yeah, I think putting this in the same tier as a Lava is pretty accurate. Because I like both the Lava and this thing for different reasons, but I wouldn't rate one like higher than the other. Because they both have their place. So, yeah. The Contradictus. Hello, War Baby. Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. Hope you had a good stream. We've been going through 2.5 hours now of my very questionable choices regarding this tier list. Chat hates me. I hate chat. It's all good. We're all loving life here. The Contra. I wouldn't say highly considered, but I would say shortlist. Because it's a good vehicle, but it will annoy some people. So I think that's fair to put it in shortlist. Because some people won't enjoy the double shot and how the reticle is. And some people won't enjoy the 19 seconds to load one shell because you need both shells in the magazine to fire one bloody shell. So, you know, it has its moments. But I think that, yeah, putting it in shortlist, yeah, maybe in the future I'll grow to like it a little bit more, and then maybe I'll put it in highly consider. Who knows? Maybe next year it changes. But yeah, I think that it's one of those tanks that there's better tanks. I would rather play an E75 TS, and I'd definitely rather play a Skoda or even the 50 TP prototype than a Contradictus. Just because they're more reliable. Like, I know what I'm getting myself in for with the Contradictus, and I'd rather play these if I'm just trying to get some damage done, you know? So, yeah. I think it's a little bit more reliable. The Nurgle. Like, the Nurgle's such a weird tank. Considering how you could get it, like, you could kind of get it for free. Or for a heavily reduced discount. If we were doing this, when the Nurgle was in the event, it would be in this. It would be up here. Because you could get it for such a big discount that it just made it, like, just, you didn't even have to think. You might as well just get it. However, depending on how much they're going to sell it for, I don't know how much they're going to put it up for. It hasn't been sold yet. The Crusher hasn't been sold. The Nurgle hasn't been sold. So we don't actually know what the price is of the vehicle. So I think shortlist. I don't think you should avoid it. Yeah, but I don't think the gold value is accurate always on tanks UG. Unless it's in the tech tree, I don't think the gold value is that accurate. Because sometimes like the tank is then sold on its own. If it hasn't, especially if it hasn't been sold, what's it called? If the tank has never been sold on its own, we don't actually know the true gold value, because then Wargaming could just buff it up to whatever they want during that. So why didn't you separate into classes? Would have been cleaner and easier. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm doing it through the nations at the moment, but it's kind of nice to see where everything lands, like within everything as well. So I think shortlist this. The thing is, it's never been on sale, so I don't really know where to put it. I mean, if it's like 40 quid, then you don't get it. You should just put it in poo, because it's not worth 40 quid. This tank is only good in your own tier and below. As soon as you meet tier 9 and tier 10, you have no armor. But it's absolutely busted if you get into tier 8 and below. Like, it's unbelievably busted. Because you just angle your tank so that you hide the lower plate with your track, and then if they have like 250 pen, they can go through you. If not, then good luck. You know, it's one of those tanks. It's slow. It's very forgiving if you meet people that don't know what they're doing. But yeah, I think that we'll leave it on shortlist for now. It really depends on what price it goes for and the time that it goes on sale. Right. I don't know which one is which. Caliban and Gonzalo. I'm going to do the Caliban first, which I want to put in poo. I do not recommend anybody to buy a Caliban. A Caliban is not worth your time. Gonzalo, on the other hand, probably shortlist it. Because Gonzalo funny. Especially with the Hesh rounds. Now, you may say, well, Max, the Caliban's Hesh rounds are better. They can do so much damage. Yeah, but you miss most of them. And you have your stupid auto-reload mechanic, which has a long reload time. And it just makes it annoying to play. At least with the Gonzalo, you have reliable standard rounds at 240 AP. You then have the Hesh rounds, which have... How much pen do the Hesh rounds have? Gonzalo. 209 Hesh pen. So, yeah. It's really quite nice in that regard. So, yeah, I think Gonzalo should be on your shortlist. It's got okay armor. You can still get penned. But overall, yeah. I wouldn't recommend the Caliban, though. I hate the Caliban. It's too derpy, the gun. Charlemagne. You can only get this for bonds during Onslaught, right? This is only available in Onslaught bond store. Is that correct? Like, it's never been sold before other than in the Onslaught shop. I think it's like 12,000 bonds standard as well, which is a little bit a lot. A little bit a lot. Good English, Max. But yeah, I'd shortlist the Charlemagne. It has no shell velocity, though. They have decent armor, and the gun is okay, but it has no shell velocity. So... yeah, I think that's fair. You can only buy it for bonds. It's in the bond store. Not the bond store, sorry, the Onslaught store. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Put it in shortlist. Turtle, get it now. We love Turtle, chat. We love the Turtle. Turtle is fantastic. Like, if you're going to get a tank, and you're looking, if you have gone down the Badger line and you thought to yourself, I love the tortoise. Turtle is similar. It's not quite as good as the tortoise because it doesn't quite get the gun arc of the tortoise. However, the turtle is very, very nice. It's got such good standard pen, such good premium pen. They have 240 standard, 270 APCR premium round. It's really, really nice. And the armor on it is very good, apart from if you meet high pen heat rounds. And even then, if you're then slightly higher than them, it makes it very hard for them to still pen you. You're going to need around about like 290 pen with heat if you're a little bit above them on the flat bit. So you can get overmatched on the roof though, if I remember correctly. Turtle. What is the overmatch on the roof? 38. Sorry, it's 38 there. 38.1. It's such a weird number. And then 4. What the hell is 4? It's like 1. If you have like 128, you're. No, actually, 128 isn't safe. Ooh. Calculator time, chat. Yeah, shut up. I'm bad at maths. What is 44? 133.5, which is a very weird number. And then you have 38.1, which 114. Like, you have some weird caliber numbers. Shut up, Ali. Mate. What? At least, do you know what, chat? All of you would try and hide the fact that you need a calculator, right? For different things. I don't care. Right? I'll admit, I need a calculator to work this stuff out, okay? Shush. So, yeah, you have some weird calibers. So if you do come up against someone that's got a big caliber gun, just be aware of that. But yeah, this is just fantastic. Like, it's really quite nice. What's next? The G-Saw. Right. Chat, again, we're going to find out who has been here for the longest. Who has watched my content for the longest. And you will then know, if you have been here for a long time, where the G-Saw is going. Chat, if you said, get it now, you are not correct because it's going in poo. I hate this thing. I hate this tank with a passion. It has a reload time that I will grow old. Okay? I can watch my life go and flash before my eyes and it still hasn't reloaded. Like, it is just horrible. Not to mention your premium rounds. When this tank first came out, I remember looking at this and thinking, this is going to be amazing. Standard rounds, 226 pen. Premium rounds, 321. Whew! That's amazing. And then you look at the drop off at 500 meters. 220. It loses 101 pen if you aim at 500 meters away. Which means if you try to snipe with this tank, you don't have very good pen. The gun handling is awful. And the worst part about it, you can't put stab. It's just a horrible tank. It's a horrible tank. You have no DPM. You have, where's the reload time? 43-second reload time by default. for a clip that has 1,280. It's in poo. It's the FV and this tank are both going at the very back of poo. Awful vehicle. And if you've been here long enough, you already knew that that was going in poo. The Charioteer Nomad. Short list. Good vehicle. Good vehicle. I don't mind this. A lot of people would love the Charioteer, and then when it got a premium version, it's exactly the same tank. So, you know, it has the funny Hesh rounds. It has the good stunner rounds, although you do struggle if you do come up against people that have, you know, you're going to need like higher pen. So you can have awkward situations in that regard. But for the most part, it's a nice tank. It's a nice tank. The T92. I don't know why anyone would buy it. Do you know the worst part about the T92? Right? You end up with a tank that is a premium vehicle, mind you. Right? Premium vehicle. Premium vehicle, remember this, chap. The cost of the Shell 1 for APCR. 189 damage. Sorry, 189 pen, 150 damage. 270 shell cost. If you were then to go ahead and think, I've come up against someone that needs a bit of heat, get ready to empty your bank account because it's going to cost you per shell 5,600 for 150 damage. At this point, no matter what credit multiplier it has, you are not going to make your credits back unless it... Well, actually, that's a lie. It would have to have some insane credit multiplier to make your credits back for firing full gold. And the worst part about this, your penetration doesn't even go up by that much. It goes to 230. It's up from basically 190 to now 230. Fair enough, it's heat rounds, but like it's not even that good. It's yeah, and the best part about it, right? You have 60 ammo capacity. So yeah, it's in poo. It's not a good tank. Yeah, it's not even that much of a good light tank either. Hang on. What's the... It's got 400 meters view range. It's not an awful vehicle, but like it's not... Compare it... The problem is, you compare it to anything else, and it doesn't look that good. Where's the... Let's say you want CVS. Yes. You want optics. Wherever it is, please. And then low noise. You have 44% camo. It's not great. For a tank of this size as well. Like, you look at it and you think, oh, it's quite a small little tank, you know? But it's quite wide. So, it's not great. It's not great. There's better tanks than it. And so that's why it deserves to be in poo. The T-25 Pilot. This is the only tank I've ever traded in and I don't want back. So it's going in poo. I don't know why it exists. I got this tank for free during the marathon. And I didn't want it. Like, I genuinely got it for free and then I went, right, that's getting traded in. It's not a fun vehicle. It's just not a fun vehicle. There's nothing, there's no redeeming feature about this. I can't think of a single good thing about this tank that would make it suddenly go into possibly avoid, or probably avoid. Fishy Foshy has been marked. Congratulations, Mankey. So, yeah, for that reason, it's staying in poo. The T-26 E4 Super Pershing. probably avoid. It's not good enough to go in shortlist, I don't think. It gets preferential matchmaking, which is nice. But it's quite easy to pen it even in your own tier. It's not poo. It's not that bad. But it does make it a little bit annoying to play with its mediocre armor. It got buffed at some point, but still, even now, it's not that great. So yeah, that stays in there. Is it the tier 1? What's the like TL1 LPC? That's the one. Couldn't even think of the name of this thing. This isn't even a bad vehicle. This is another tank that kind of... It's a bit weird, because look, armor layout-wise, it's like riddled with like weak spots everywhere, and the cupola exists. You can kind of side scrape-ish, but not really, because turret, but stats-wise, it's not bad. 9 degrees of gun depression, 280 alpha, dispersion is okay, dispersion factors are good, view range is good, top speed is good. Shortlist, I guess, because it's not a bad vehicle. It's not awful. There are better tanks in it, but it's not an awful vehicle. This is also like the Sabaton tank. So they obviously have the tier 9 premium with the STRVK, but then also before they had the tier 9 premium, I think they had this, which is like, it had like a skin on it and stuff. So yeah. No, this had a skin for it. I swear this had a Sabaton skin. TL1 LPC Sabaton. Yeah, the Offspring. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look. It's not Sabaton? Yes, it is. I think. I don't know, whatever. Two different bands? Oh, whatever, I don't care. I don't know. I don't listen to either of them. Unfortunate. Right, anyway. Yeah, that goes in there. Anyway. T42. This is another shortlist tank. This is awkward because doesn't it not have enough health? It has 1,350, which is fine. The gun dispersion is not good. Yeah, shortlist it. That's fine. Yeah. The turret armor's decent, which makes up for a lot of the issues involving the tank. But like this gun is not good. But the accuracy is good enough. The aim time is good enough. It gets 280 alpha. The penetration is not good, but the premium rounds are insane. Like 268 is really quite nice. But then the armor layout of it makes up for a lot of it. Like a lot of it. Obviously, against premium, not good. But you'll still get random bounces. But if you come against people that don't know about that, and, you know, below tiers, your own tier, if they're firing standard rounds, they're just going to bounce. You come against tier 9s, not so good. But yeah, I think that shortlist that. It's yeah, it's fine. It's not a I think it's better than the, you know, the avoid tanks. Because even if you do come against people that know what they're doing, like that's the only time that it's truly tragic. But then you can say that with basically any tank. Like most of the people that are gonna play, they're gonna come up against you and just fire standard rounds at you. Anyway, right. I'm leaving that in shortlist. I think that it's not as good as the T1 LPC, but it should be in the same list because I think that some people will enjoy this. Especially if they want to just spam full gold. It's whatever. But yeah. Man. The Astron Rex, right? I don't care. Listen. If you enjoy this vehicle, right? You can look away now. It's going in the poo tier. It's awful. I don't care if you think that this tank is good or not. The gun is derpy. It has a big old cupola. I don't know why anyone likes it. I genuinely don't. It's fun. It's not fun. You need to spam full gold to make it work. The standard rounds are so bad on it. Look. You have good DPM. Fair enough. For an autoloader, this is very good DPM. Look at the gun. Like, it's just... I don't get it, man. There's nothing nice about it. No. No. It's staying in poo. It's staying in poo. I don't care. I do not care what people say. It's staying in poo. Like... Yeah. The AMBT, probably avoid. Probably avoid. It's not very fun. It's a bit of a derpy gun now and again. Armor's okay. The thing is, they tried to do what the Progetto 46 had. And it just didn't work. It just didn't work. Yeah. They kind of traded off some of the gun characteristics for armor, and that then just kind of didn't make the tank as nice to play. So, no, the MBT probably avoid. I don't think it's poo completely, but probably avoid it. The AET60, shortlist. That tank can be fun. That tank can be fun. It's not... The thing is, it has no armor, even though that you'd think that it has armor. It has no armor. It kind of reminds me of like a mini Concept 1B, but without the armor. But the AT60's gun is so nice, which then makes up for a lot of it. But it's not so nice to put it like in highly consider. So yeah, I think that keeping it down there is fine. You can then shortlist to, if you like it, then you can pick it up. If not, then whatever. Iron Arnie, I would say, I would highly consider Iron Arnie. Good pen, good armor, good mobility. I think it's a good tank. I don't really see much wrong with it. You have a weak spot with the cupola, but the rest of the armor makes up for it. And the gun is nice. So, yeah, I think that... I wouldn't say it's boring. Heavy and medium tank form, yeah. It's a lot like the 430U in a way. It is a medium, yeah. You dislike the gun? How can you dislike the gun? It's beautiful. Like, you have literally so good gun dispersion. The accuracy is bad. I'll give you that. But the gun dispersion makes up for it. Like, heavily makes up for it. Like, this gun dispersion is so good that this doesn't really matter too much. Because if you can get everything else down, you don't even... This tank, like, is one of those vehicles that you can just be, like this. It goes at 40. You can either pick turbo or not. It doesn't matter. But then by that time, you know, you're down to 0.39. That's okay. 0.38. And 0.38, I don't know what it is about this tank either. It doesn't feel like 0.38. But when I've played this tank, it doesn't feel like 0.38. So, yeah, I think highly consider. The career, that's going in poo. You shouldn't even buy this for bonds. I don't know. Yeah, that's awful. That's actually awful. Don't even bother with this. Just don't. It's not worth your time. It's not worth your time. Avoid it at all costs. Do I have... Yeah, I do. So this is going to be the Patriot, which I would put on shortlist. I think that it's just above the Liberté, honestly. I'd rather have the Liberté, but they're on the same level. So I feel like the thing is, the Patriot can really farm a lot of credits. It can farm a lot of credits. So yeah, I think that's fine. The same thing goes for the Renegade. Some people would put this as like highly consider. However, the gun is amazing, but the rest of the armor isn't very good. And you have a cupola. It's okay. It's just... With the Renegade, I think you either love it or hate it. I don't think there's many people that are kind of... I don't mind it. So... I think that shortlisting it is fine. I don't really like the Renegade too much, but I definitely can't put it below shortlist. Like, I really can't do that. So... the Mini T57 Heavy, the T77. Probably avoid. Probably avoid. The thing is with this vehicle is that I joke around and say Mini T57 Heavy. It's not. This has no DPM. This has 1,000 clip potential with 3 shells in the clip. It is not good. And the gun dispersion values are awful. Like, absolutely awful. Dispersion values are not too bad, but every single time you turn, it just blooms. It's not as bad as other tanks. It's true. But it's definitely not anything more than probably avoid. So, yeah. The Chrysler. No, this is a short list. This is a short list. This is not... This is, again, one of those vehicles that is good for blocking damage. Good for blocking damage, but that's about it. It doesn't really do much else other than have insanely annoying armor. The gun is fine, and I think that's the best way that we can describe the gun. But then if you start going up the tiers, you get to tier 9, tier 10, the armor starts to fall apart a little bit. It's a little bit like the Nurgle in a way, where it's really quite OP at low tiers and your own tier. But then when you move up tiers, it's losing a lot of it. So I think that's fair enough to put it in shortlist. The T-34, you should probably avoid this tank. It's not the poo tier because you have good standard pen. Like really good standard pen. And good premium pen. So, I mean, I still like the T-34, but it's definitely not going to be higher than probably avoid because it's expensive as well. It is an expensive vehicle. So I think that we'll leave it in probably avoid. Right. Chat, ads have just gone off. I'm going to go and get a drink quickly because I can feel my voice starting to go. It's been 3 hours. Okay, I'll be back. Right. I have returned. All is good. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, so T-34, that can stay there. You should probably avoid it, but... Yeah. This, again... Man, when's the last time you saw an M4Y? Because I barely see these things anymore. I barely see these things anymore. The XM57 is missing from the list. It is, but I'll try and add it. Hang on. Actually, wait, I can add it here. I hope this doesn't break everything. Actually, I don't know if that's going to break everything, so I'll wait. I'll wait until it's fully done, then I'll add it. But yeah, the M4Y, there's no real reason to play it. It's not an awful vehicle, but there's just no reason to play it. It's like the T-34 in many ways. It's a bit better than the T-34, but there's no real reason to play this tank. It's not a poo vehicle, but it's definitely not a good vehicle. The tier... this thing. Well, I mean, you're only getting this thing if you have WOT Plus, so... Technically, you don't... Ugh. See, the TS54, you either just have it or you don't have it. I don't think anyone buys WOT Plus to get a TS54. But they'll buy it to do other stuff. It's not so much for the tank. This is actually the most expensive tank on this entire tier. On this entire list. Technically. Because you can't just outright buy it. Forever a rental. This is still too hot. Right, I mean, do we just add a row below? And we'll just say TS54, because you can't really do too much with it. You either have it or you don't have it. You know? I don't think anybody buys the vehicle because you then have it. I mean, if you... And the thing is, if it wasn't in its own, it would probably be on, like, shortlist. Because it's not an amazing vehicle, I don't think, and it's not a terrible vehicle. It's just in the middle, and it depends on the person if you want the tank. But TS54 can go in its separate category because it's too much to... Because no one buys it. You know? No one actually buys it. So, yeah. We'll leave that there. Highly consider the T832. Like, this is a really nice one. Like, this is one of the nicest heavies in the game. At tier 8. This is so nice to play. You don't have exceptional standard pen, but it's good enough. Then the increased DPM compared to the T32 is really nice as well. So, yeah, I'd highly consider this. Better than a Lover, better than any of the other heavies in here. I mean, this is probably actually up there as like the best heavy in this tier. Like in this highly considered. Like even more so than the E75 TS and the 50 TP. You only know T32M? The Mutant. Probably avoid. It's not outright poo. Because you have preferential matchmaking. It has way worse DPM than the T32. Yeah, but it has way better accuracy than the T32. So it balances it out. It's not even way worse. It's just a bit worse. Like, look, T32. T832. It's just a bit worse. You know? It's not catastrophically bad. If it was like 1,600 or 1,500, yeah, then it's pretty awful. But it's not catastrophic DPM. You know? The accuracy increase, like 0.32 base, is really good for a heavy tank. Really good for a heavy tank. Yeah, this is just... I can't even really put it on shortlist, to be honest, because, yeah, it's not... It's a lot like the T34 and stuff like that. It is similar to the Chrysler. That's true. But I think that it's a little bit worse considering that the tanks that you're going to come up against, you have preferential matchmaking, and I believe... Wait, what's the... It's like T26... What's the thing of it? T20... Mate, I don't even remember what the name of this tank is. What's the name of it? No, I'm talking about the mutant. What's the name of the mutant? Oh, the actual... T's M6A2E1. That's it. Like this thing. But this is not higher. It doesn't have DPM, unfortunately. The premium round is not very good. But then again, you don't really need it to be. The top speed is not very good, which instantly makes the Chrysler K more enjoyable than this. The gun is not very nice. So, yeah, I think that's fair enough that we have it below the Chrysler K. So, the exclusive tank, yeah. Yeah, the XM66F, poo. Nope, just no. Just no. Just no. I know the XM57's missing. I'm going to try and add it in a second. I don't want to add it and then it like resets everything. The XM66F is a god-awful vehicle. It kind of has armor but doesn't have armor at the same time. So, yeah, no. I did not enjoy my time playing this vehicle at all. The TS5, highly consider. I don't think it's as good as the Turtle, because I think the Turtle is more flexible. Just for the fact that it has a bigger gun arc and it is a little bit more forgiving. However, armor-wise, they are very, very similar. They both... The TS5 does have a cupola, but it's very hard to hit the cupola. But DPM on the Turtle it's so nice. The DPM mixed with the alpha damage is what makes it better than the TS5 for me. So, you know, if I was going to say to one person, you can pick one or the other. I think I tell a person to pick the Turtle over the TS5. But they're both very good. So, you know, it kind of doesn't really matter too much. We're now on the final one. Now, after this, I will then add the XM, but then we'll just mix it in the video, okay? So after this, I will go and try and add this. I don't know whether or not it's going to reset everything when I upload something. It shouldn't. But you never know. So any tanks we're missing, we'll just move on to do at the end. Anyway, the LT432. Highly consider. I think this is pretty obvious. It's one of the best brawling light tanks in the game. Tier for tier. Like, it's a solid vehicle. And it can still then do the scouting role when it needs to. So, it's not get it now because it's definitely not an ELC even 90. But it's definitely a highly considered. This is the T54 Mod 1. You should probably avoid this. And I'm going to put the same thing for the T44 100 as well. Just because I don't think these are so relevant in 2024 now. I think that they can have very good games, but I think the majority of players should avoid these tanks. They don't have the pen. They don't have preferential matchmaking. And they are not exactly ultra well armoured. T54 Mod 1 has more armor than the T44 100. This is true. And the T44 Mod 1 can side scrape a lot nicer. But it still doesn't change the fact that if they meet tier 9 and 10, it's over for them. They have nothing. So, yeah, the standard pen really lets it down. The premium pen isn't even that much better. I believe they're about 240 something. So, yeah. I think that you should probably avoid. The SDG shortlist. This is actually not a bad tank. Like I've had my my fair share of like ups and downs with this vehicle. I don't really like it that much, but I think that it's still in the shortlist. I think that it's still more fun than most of the tanks here. In fact, yeah, I'd probably play it over pretty much every tank here for a medium anyway. So yeah, this is a nice tank, but not any higher than that. The 2748. This doesn't have enough hit points. Like, the 2748 really just doesn't have enough hit points to make it an ultra good tank. So I think it's going in shortlist. It's not going to be probably avoid because the gun, even though that it has super high pen for both the standard rounds and the premium rounds, you get 234 for the standard rounds and then 289 for the premium rounds, I think. But it's insane how derpy the gun is at the same time. It's like, you look at it. This is... Let me show you. 274. It's such a weird vehicle. DPM, very good. Penetration, very good. Yeah, 227 and then 289. Okay, I was wrong about those standard rounds. But then you have... It's not an awful aim time. You probably won't really notice it too much, but not bad gun dispersion, but still pretty bad. But this is just awful. This is what makes it so awful. Like 0.2 for moving, 0.2 for tank traverse, and then 0.15 for turret dispersion. It's not nice. Then 1,200 hit points. You just get two-shot by a lot of tanks, even in your own tier. And that top speed, you're never reaching because the effective top speed is awful as well. And then, so it's like you have really great gun here, but then it goes awful underneath. And then the exact same thing goes for the armor. You look at the armor and you think, wow, look at this. 300 pen needed. I can side scrape semi-okay. Yeah, you just go straight through the gun. Just above it. Every time. So, yeah, honestly, the best thing to do when you're fighting one of these, you just boop, straight above the gun. And it's even laid out for you as well. Look, it even shows it to you. Yep. So, yeah. If you can't hit this, just go for that. So, yeah, I think shortlist, because it has so many drawbacks from what it could be, and the hit points especially bring it down a lot. Actually, you know what? I'm actually going to put this in probably avoid. I've changed my mind. Just because of the hit points. Purely because of the hit points. Because everything else is kind of up and down. You know, like they have benefits, but they have negatives to it. And it kind of balances it out. The hit points really do not make this vehicle very fun to play. Because you can get 2-shot so often. Like, so often. If you're in tier 9, the thing is, you really feel 400 damage. Like, if you get hit for 400, that's a third of your hit points gone. So, you know, it's really bad. And most tanks nowadays at tier 9 have about 400. So, yeah. The Obsidian. You should probably avoid it. Probably avoid it. This is a weird vehicle. It's so slow, but it has so much DPM potential. Like I can't bring myself to say that it should be up in shortlist or anywhere else. It's in a void for definite. Definitely in void. So, right. So this is the Kirovets 1, which I don't think I've ever. Ugh. Oh. I didn't realize it has this bad gun handling. Yeah. Yeah. I forgot about this. The thing is, it doesn't even back it up with a good armor. Well, technically it does. But it is kind of annoying because you will get shot here. Like, it's... Man, it's your typical bloody tank where it's like, oh look, we'll make it impenetrable. But we'll make it so that the gun is also unusable. And you can side scrape. You can side scrape so well with it. I think this goes in a void. Because the gun is pretty horrific. But the armor makes up for it. And the exact same thing goes for the K2, by the way. The K2 is exactly the same boat. Because I don't think anybody should be buying the K2. Like, look at this. Like, this gun is horrific. And its DPM is horrific, but the armor, man, the armor, it's better. It's worse, actually. The K2. I forgot about the other match. The K2 can go in poo. This can go in poo. We can put the K2 in poo. The Kirovets 1 is better than the K2. Yeah. What do you mean? What? Look at it. I forgot about this thing. Any gun that is 90 or greater, sorry, greater than 90, goes straight through the roof of the K2. Yeah, the K2 is only good against clueless people. And look at the gun. So most people. This is true. But yeah, I think that the Kirovets 1, like, you can't put... The Kirovets 1 is not a good tank. Like, the gun is awful. But it's better than the K2. The K2 on Tomato G has the biggest block damage somewhat. Does the 752... Oh, sorry, the 257 also have high block damage. Does that have high block damage on Tomato GG? Because that explains a great many things. This tank, both of these tanks, more so the K2 though, are just for people that don't know how to play against them. Anyway, moving on. The IS-3A. Probably avoid. I don't think that this is a good tank. Like, it's very, very derpy, the gun. Extremely derpy, the gun. And the problem also then lies that you can overmatch on the roof as well. IS-5, I haven't actually played since they buffed it. Yeah, I think it. Yeah. I still think it's probably a void. Even after the buffs, you still have the turret problem. You still have the turret problem, like. It's still an issue. Yeah, the gun might be a little bit better. It's still 0.4 dispersion base, or whatever it is, base, like 0.42 base or something. It doesn't make up for it. The Defender, again, you should probably avoid this. Even though it has absolutely insane armor, people will shoot your cupola. Easily. Like, they will go through the cupola. And the hull armor, yes, it is better than, like, IS-7 hull armor. Like, you can angle, like, completely side on and still bounce stuff. It's mental. But the gun is horrific. Like, the gun on the Defender will make you want to alt F4 the game. It is a horrid gun. So, that reason, probably avoid. Not in poo. Yes, it's... Yeah. The 7032. Does this go in highly consider, or does this go and get it now? It's a very good tank, though. I think it goes in highly consider. Because I can't really put it higher than the T832, because I think I prefer the T832 overall. It's just such a... The 7032 is such a comfy tank. You get good enough stand-up and you don't need to stab on it. You can go HP turbo vents. It's just a nice vehicle. Like, it's just nice. Yeah. I think that's fine there. The KV5. Right, this is going on shortlist purely because it's for bonds and you either love this tank or hate this tank. So, yeah. And the thing is with me, I like it, but I don't think that I would rush out and buy it. And I don't even think that it'll be in like the highly considered one because there are better tanks than the KV5. So for that reason, I think it stays in the shortlist because it's not one of those vehicles that I would want to just go and get. It's fun in platoons, but when you're on your own, it's not that great. These next two I need to be careful. Because I can't remember. KTTS. Is this the correct one? Right. This is going firmly in the poo, by the way. Like, nobody should ever buy this thing. Ever. It has a horrible gun. The dispersion isn't too bad. It has good DPM. And it has good premium rounds. But, like, it's just... It's such a letdown, man. It's such a letdown. Like, no matter what you do with this tank, wherever you face, you always have this slit here and here that you'll just be able to pen. And then if you try and hide it, you then just make it easier. So, like, no matter what you do, you always have a chance to hit this. Not to mention that this bit here is always flush against you. So you fight like this, you side scrape, you can go here if they're not hiding this. If they're out in the open, it's actually quite funny. It's actually quite funny. If they're out in the open and someone tries to shoot you, if they go a bit low, they just bounce. But this one here is the issue. As soon as you move out of cover, they just pen this every time. But yeah, this is... Yeah. I mean, this is only 240 as well. So if you have premium rounds... I mean, yeah. But the gun is horrendous. Like, the gun is absolutely horrendous. Like, the KV4... KV4's gun is similar. But it doesn't feel like this. Like, it just doesn't feel like this. At least with the KV4, you have, like, solid armor. Whereas with this thing, you just don't. So. But, yeah, I will admit, this thing is so rare that you even meet them that sometimes people meet them and they just don't know how to pen them. So. But the gun is not nice. Not a nice gun at all. Right. Kreslav. See, this one's like the opposite. Because the gun isn't awful, stats-wise. But you just get penned everywhere. It's like doing... Oh, yeah. You know what? We'll make it have a somewhat armor on the KTTS. And then for the KV4 Kozlovsky, they just went, what should we do with this one? Make the gun somewhat okay, like in the gun handling stats, but make the armor completely irrelevant. Like, you have a cupola that you will always pen. Because no matter which way you're looking at it, as long as you hit the center, you're penning. You then pen this. You then pen this. And you go and pen this. You need 230 pen. Nobody should be buying that. Nobody should be buying that thing. The IS-6, probably avoid. It doesn't really have... doesn't really have the pen. The pen is a little bit lacking. Especially on the premium round. It can't meet tier 9s. But the gun doesn't make up for it. Like, the penetration on the Jagdtiger 88, right? That is low. But you can kind of make up for it because of the fact that you have such high DPM. This, on the other hand, it kind of has DPM, but not enough to make up for it. It used to be amazing back in the day, but now tier 9 and tier 8 are so like convoluted with the amount of tanks that are in there. It's not that great anymore. So, I mean, for 8k bonds, maybe, but I don't know. The T103. You know, I haven't played the T103 for a while. But it's still going in poo. So, why is this in poo? It is just an awful tank. It can't really snipe. It can't brawl. It just sits there with high pen. The only thing this tank has going for it is high pen. That's it. That's the only thing it has. And DPM. Okay, well, and DPM. How high DPM does it have? Doesn't matter because you don't hit anything, but... Yeah, a little bit of DPM, yeah. But look at this gun. 0.23 moving, 0.23 tank traverse, 0.16 turret traverse. You cannot put stab on this. You're not improving that. Like, it's no hit points. Realistically, no armor. It's yeah. Oh, what's better than paper says? I have never struggled to pen a T103 in my life. And every single time I've played a T103, it just gets penned every time. Yeah, that thing is in poo tier, no matter what. The one thing is that if this was Bond store only vehicles, this would actually be higher up because you cannot buy a tank destroyer. That's the only option. And if you want the highest pen in the game for the Bond store, it would actually be up there. Like, it's so weird. But yeah, this tank, no, it's poo. This is going on shortlist. This thing I like. I actually like this vehicle. The only problem that you're going to have with this vehicle, the ISU 1222, is that it gets set on fire a lot. Because you could snipe. You have the double barrel funny moments. It's quite a nice tank overall. I believe you even get 122. Your premium rounds are very good. Yeah, 300 heat. Like, this is very, very good. Like, good enough DPM, good enough heat rounds, good enough standard rounds. The only problem is that you get set on fire a lot. Like, this tank I run config on, because what they've done is they just went and put, I can't remember what hull this is. ISU. Good job, Max. ISU hull. Switched it around. And now your engine is there. So then every time you get shot through the front, your engine gets knocked out or your fuel tank gets knocked out. Which is not very fun. But apart from that, it's a pretty funny tank. Like, you know, you get 390 alpha on each shell. But if you can deal with that, yeah, definitely shortlist it. This is going in a void like the plague. The ISU 152K is not a good tank. It's just not. Yeah. It's not a fun vehicle. It might be fun for people that want to do one shot of damage a game and run in, do one shot and then die. Maybe. Yeah, sure. Like, maybe you might enjoy that. But for everyone else, you should just avoid it. The ISU 130, I'm just going to put this in please never sell it again because it's never been on sale. Like 99% of people cannot get their hands on one of these. So, and I think that if you don't have one of these, you shouldn't be able to get one of these because this was only given out like to certain people. So I think that this should stay and never sell it again. I don't know. SU, man, You know what? I don't care. Avoid. Right? All of you SU lovers, you're weird. You're all weird. This tank does not belong above us anywhere close to a Scorpion G. Nowhere close. SU 130. It doesn't have a turret. Dispersion is worse. Like, look at it. Ugh. No. You have better aim time, better dispersion. Fine, the dispersion factors are awful on both vehicles, no matter what. They're actually slightly worse on the Scorpion G, but it doesn't matter. You have more DPM on the Scorpion. You have a fully traversable turret. Like, the standard pen is better. Fine, your premium pen is... Actually, do you know what? I'd rather have the Scorpion G's premium than having the SU's premium. Because heat can be incredibly annoying. Like, incredibly annoying. At distance. And if you're sniping, you want to have APCR. It's annoying that the penetration goes all the way down. But overall, APCR is just nicer to have if you're sniping. So yeah. But yeah, not having a fully traversal turret just means you're not flexible. And that is one of the biggest killers. Also, I don't know what it is with the SU-130PM, but it feels like I'm not shooting out the center of my gun. Like, it always feels like the gun, the shell is just coming out my right-hand side or something. So, yeah, I don't like the SU at all. I don't like it. So, and then we will now, I'll now try and go and add more of these. Give me a second. Let me add the... Is it in this one? Because we're missing the XM, weren't we? Alright, I added the XM. Right, we're missing the XM. Poo. Alright, good. Job done. Tiggy. He doesn't care. Yeah, the XM belongs in poo tier because it has no armor. Unless you're fully hold down. The gun is derpy. The gun is annoying to play with. It's annoying to play against if it's hold down. It's annoying to play with when it's hold down. It's just annoying. Like, I hate this thing. I hate the XM with a passion. The XM, it belongs at the bottom of this thing. It's awful. It's almost OP. I don't care. I don't care. It has no armor. Listen, this is my opinions of them, not whatever it is. Love or hate it should go middle? No. No, the gun is awful. It has an awful gun. It has no armor, unless you're fully hold down. I do not like it. So that is staying firmly down there. You literally said earlier, love it or hate it, so it's middle. No, I didn't. Clip it. Did you see Ike's in video on it? What, with the Nurgle? I do not have a backpack Nurgle to just suddenly make my tank useful. I can't just deploy a Nurgle in front of me whenever I want to play the game. But yeah, I don't like it. I don't care. But that's different with the KV5. Because the KV5 actually has a redeeming feature. This doesn't. It's just useless. I hate it. It is only good hold down. And in very, very hold down situations. No. Nothing you can do can change my mind on the XM. This is my list, unfortunately for you. Unfortunate. If you love the XM, you can all cry about it, okay? You know what? More comment farming for me on my YouTube video. Okay? Enjoy. I said this right at the start, chat. It's my list. No one else's. Right, we're now going to try and rearrange this a little bit. To what I feel. I'm only going to do like the top bits. Like of the best tanks of each one. And then we'll call it a day. So like for the Get It Now, I think this is number 1. For me personally. The Carry, I'm going to put 3rd because I think the Skoda's better. Boras can go last because I don't really like it that much, but it's still good enough. To be fair, I don't even scout. So actually, listen, I don't even scout. So for me personally, it'll be this. But they're all Get It Now, okay? They're all Get It Now. So it doesn't really matter. But I think that if you're a person that scouts a lot, then it's going to be number 1, right? It's no brainer. I think that's a decent enough list. For this one, I like the PTK. I like the Grom a lot as well. But I don't think that's going to be second. I think this will be second. I like that more than that. The rest of these I don't really care. I don't think. Maybe that there. Yeah, something like that. I don't really care about the position of those. As long as the first few ones are high enough up, like I'm not missing anything, I think that's okay. I think this will be number 1. I quite like the Lover a lot, actually. I just want to make sure that, you know, the first few, like the first 5 or something, are what I'd really pick. The rest of these I don't care about the order because I'm not going to be here all day trying to work out the entire list of them, okay? I mean, the thing is, I actually really like the Jagdtiger 88. It earns so much credits. Would I want to play it more than something else, though? Would I play it over... I wouldn't play it over a Charioteer. I think the rest of this is fine. I mean, the light tanks can go down to the bottom. Any light tanks in the list, they'll go straight to the bottom. Just because I don't like light tanks that much. Especially now at the moment in World of Tanks. I mean, that's quite funny though. Apart from this, the Hawk 30 is by far my favourite tier 8 light tank. But it's not as good as the Even 90. There's no Toro. It's a tier 9. I think that's fine. I think that's a fine top 5. For this now... oh dear. Oh, what the T-34, I guess? I like it, but I don't... The T-34 free can go all the way to the bottom. That's not staying there. Oh, mate, what is this? Man, I genuinely don't think I care about any of the other tanks. FCM? That's quite fun. This is actually quite fun as well. Sometimes. The rest of them are... the rest of them I don't care. But I don't care what list... what way they're sorted. Like, for the rest of them. Right, this one will actually... You know what? For the poo tier, we're actually going to sort it out fully. So what do I think is the worst of the worst? It is definitely the GSAW 1008, then the FE4202, then the T103. Right, they are all god-awful. Then it goes that, because that is just so bad. Then it goes that, that's fair enough. Then I think it's that one. Then... that one, actually, it's above the Senlac. Okay, it's above the Senlac. XM. No, you know what? You're going there. I hate the XM so much. I'd rather play the T103 than the XM. that's saying something. I'd actually rather play the T103 than the XM. This is probably worse than this and this. The K2, the K2 can actually go at the top because sometimes it can be funny. Sometimes. Mauerbrecher, that can go there. This can go here. That can go there. That can go there. That can go there. Keep going. Actually, I'd rather play. This can go second. It's not good by any means. Actually, that can go first. Squall is like top of the turd pile. Oh god, I forgot about those two. Yep, that's good enough. Oh, God. There's so many awful tanks in here. Like, really awful. Yeah. And the rest of them don't matter. Okay, there you go. Look, there's the full tier list. Enjoy. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Even if it increased your blood pressure, we just spent 4 hours sorting out every single tier 8 premium in the game. Yeah. I am gonna maybe do tier 9, although I don't think there's too many tier 9s. How many tier 9s are there? Depends how long it will take to make it a tier 9 one. There's 6 tier 9s. I don't know if I can be bothered to do tier 9s. There's not really that many. And they're all pretty bad. There are 36 premium tier 9s. No, there's not. There is not 36. No, because that's including reward tanks. There is not 36. Full list. Premium. Tier 9. These are all the Tier 9 premiums. I mean, for some reason, E50 Frontline is there, and so is the others, but whatever. And some of them that aren't even released. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you have 16. Maybe we do tier 9 tomorrow. Maybe we do tier 9 tomorrow. Maybe I create one tomorrow. Tier 9 won't take too long. Tier 7, so 17. Maybe we'll create a tier 9 one tomorrow. Right, anyway. Yeah, this will be a video up tomorrow, I think. Yeah, this will be a video up tomorrow. So, yeah, hopefully you enjoyed. If you did, then, yeah, I don't know. You can follow the stream or something. It'll be a video for tomorrow anyway. So this will be turned into a video. It's going to take a while though. And that. There we go. Bam bam. Okay. One sec. Look at that chat. So beautiful. So beautiful. Was a tier 60 on that list? No, because it's not a premium tank. None of these are premium tanks. Like, this is all premium. Okay. Do we play some games? Do we play like an hour of games to get some credits? Wonder, that was a 4-hour video that I have to cut up now. It's going to take a while. Why is the TS54 in its own category? Because you can't buy it. It's really annoying that I can't change... I mean, I could change the thumbnail on YouTube, but it doesn't really... I'll just have to put credit grinding. Oh, what do we get today from the advent calendar? Winter. Let's go rob Dukes and Tables resources for today. Right. Oh, okay. Right, let's invite Monkey. Create platoon. Grind the credits. We'll get all the credit. Piggy. What's the time? We only have half an hour until the booster goes live as well. Oh, am I winter rated already? No. I don't know if I can be bothered to do the rest of it. You invested any money in this game since you play? Yeah, probably too much to actually want to know. It is quite boring. The thing is with these fun game modes, they're just fun for a little bit, like a few games, and then that's it. Right. I have no idea. No one knows apart from Wargaming. Oh, he had fun. Wait, what is this? They're multiplying. Like a new one just appears. Oh, hello. Hello, Tiki. You come to say hello? Thank you. Not using food? No, I'm just getting credits. Just grinding credits. That's all that I care about right now. Kind of want that to peak up. Go on, peak up. I need to redo my intuition. I need to sort out my perks. It's 4.9 seconds. I think it's only like 60% trained. So I need to get more. I won't lie, talking for 4 hours is really like messed up my voice. I basically just spoke for 4 hours straight. Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm not. There's not going to be a stream tomorrow because I'm going to be editing that. I don't know if I can be bothered to do the tier 9s, to be honest. Tier 9s are. I don't know. I don't really recommend any of them. Like tier 8s are where it's at. More credits. I don't really rate any of them, to be honest. I don't really think any of them are that good. If the gun behaves on the DZT, that's fun, but I don't really like any of the tier 9s. He's just being a loaf. Like right on the end of my bed, just looking at me. He's got his paws crossed and everything. But yeah, the tier 9s don't really earn enough credits to make them worthwhile getting. So, I don't really think they're worth it. I should shut the blinds. It's literally pitch black outside. It was daylight when I started this tier list. Oh yeah, E77's not a bad tank. E77's not a bad vehicle. But again, I don't know why you'd play that when you could just play... Ah, no, actually, the most fun tank that you can play at tier 9 for a premium is a Char MLE. That thing is literally just an ammo rack machine. But it's incredibly expensive to play. Like, ridiculously expensive to play. Because you need full gold. So that's like 200k a game. I do hate it. I hate it for the fact that it doesn't earn credits. Which then makes it like, what's the point? But if you're not going to care about credits, it's fun. But like at the same time, for all the tier 9s, they just don't earn enough credits to make them really like. Why would you play them to make credits, type of thing? Like tier 8 premiums, you can go full gold, doesn't matter. You earn like 100k credits a game. In the Char MLE, I went full gold. I played. I got like 3,000 damage. I earned 30k credits. Like, and that's with every single like credit booster running. Like, if I went full gold in this tank with every single credit booster running, it's like 100 to 150k, maybe even 200k. Like, yeah, wow, you earn some bonds, but you earn like hardly any bonds. You'd have to play so much to get your bond like value. And then there's a limit anyway. So... yeah, I don't know. They just don't seem worth it, honestly. I'll just stick with tier 8s. They're cheaper usually. They earn you more credits. I really need a consumable sale to happen soon though. I need to buy a load of food. Don't need to buy large repair kits anymore though. I'll save a lot of money on that. I sold all of mine. Now that standard repairs everything, it's not really worth using larger ones. They obviously give you the passive bonus, sure, but I don't think they're that worth it for randoms. Nice roll, Mankey. Mankey, how close are you to marking the Rampanzer? Such. I need to... someone remind me to fix my intuition, because I can't quick switch to intuition, because it takes nearly 5 seconds to do so. That's 74%, okay. All the health is up there. You have 46 games at 74%. Jesus Christ. Big gaming, Mangy. Big gaming. No, Mr. DZ. There is no flanking. No flanking today. Shovel is very nice after buff. DPM is monstrous. Hopefully everything goes on sale around Christmas time. Like tech tree sale. And then also the premium tanks that are on the tech tree will also go on sale. Oh, I'm not dead. And then I'll buy like everything that I'm missing. He says something about saving resources for January. Oh, it's probably a bloody assembly shop. Or an auction. Yeah, we haven't had a black market for a while. Could be another black market in January then. My god, a respectful person. Wait, let's say thank you. Didn't just cut everyone up. You paid 22 million for the FP215B 183. Yep, I did as well. It was not worth it at the time, but you know, I think I paid 20 million actually. I got it when it was first on the sale. That is not really what I want to fight. I mean, if the Conqueror comes this way, it's a little bit better, because at least then I can hide, but... Man, Tiggy's just sitting there. He's got his paws crossed. He's like... He's just waiting for someone. Someone to give him attention. You can have attention... Oh. In 43 minutes, Tiggy. See, that's helping. I can't really safely cross this yet. I have to wait. That's annoying. That damages ammo rack. Usually you end up damaging his ammo rack. Oh. Okay. Yeah, you know. These things just happen, chat. It's fine. Very normal. Very, very normal. It's absolutely fine. They open. Rip. His boosters are playing run out while you play what? Wait, I can go and see Tiggy. Wait, I don't know where he's gone now. Hang on. Oh, we won. Good job, Monkey. Carrying all of us. Tiki wanted food, so I was giving him some food. He'll probably come upstairs in a second, meowing again. This is tier 8 matchmaking. I might actually be able to peek some ridge lines. Oh, that Progetto's not having a fun time, is he? I mean, against stand around for him, it's not possible really to pen at this angle. SU? Okay. That's not so fun to play against. I didn't get shot by the SU though, so I don't know where he is. The Blesk done a massive 6 damage to me. Oh, the SU's hiding. Okay. That's so high. That went so low. Jesus Christ. There's no way he's actually pushing you. What? Why? Oh, what a useless game. It's honestly like the enemy team didn't even exist in that game. They should get to 30 million though. Wait a minute. I know this is some very strange, man. We're mid-tier. There's a high-tier artillery. They've matched up a Gonkovitz against a T-30, which is interesting. Look, a Squall against an ELC even 90 as well. This matchmaking is very weird. 2 heavy tanks, and they're both tier 7s. And then you have a Gonkovitz and a T-30 that's just going to eat them alive. Our first guest. A stock Tiger 1 by the looks of it. Which is always interesting. Next. Anyone else? Where is the Gonkovitzer is sniping? Yeah, okay. Sure. This matchmaking is very weird. Like, I don't know what's going on in this game. Um, 45 TP's there at least to help you out, Monkey. I don't think he peeks now. He had fun. Very fun. You play like Jagdpanther 2? I mean, you just play to hide your lower plate and try and just play with your superstructure, and that's it. Like, these games have been very, very strange. Like, there's been like hardly any way of actually doing anything. Like, this one is, nobody even came over our side. There was what, 3 tanks or 4 tanks, including the Tiger. You had a Gonkovitz on the enemy team that was sniping at the start. Our T-30 even went over that side rather than playing like heavy tank kind of thing. Mankey, go kill the artillery. He's blue. Why people love it so much? Because it's a premium tank. And it earns you credits. Right, what's the carry? Jag. Panther 2. Panther 2. Carry has better gun handling, more HP. Not to mention premium. It also has better pen. It has better standard pen, has better premium pen because it's actually APCR. Sorry, actually AP is premium for the carry. And like 300 AP is better than 311 APCR for just normalization. Has more gun depression. Much better reverse speed. So. It also just has a stronger gun mantlet as well. They have 300 gun mantlet, which is quite nice. Because then when they do ricochet, or they go a bit derpy and go left, right, whatever, it's much nicer. I don't know, carry's gun just feels nicer. But premium is the big positive. Like, you earn credits for playing the carry where you don't earn credits for playing Jagdpanther 2. That alone is the biggest thing to do. No, blue players aren't spotted for both teams. They'll say that they're blue for both teams, but they're not spotted for both teams or whatever. No, unfortunate. Just wait for the wait for a discount. There'll probably be a discount sooner or later. Usually around Christmas, New Year, there's always a discount. Free air, I can't sleep because there's a massive storm wiping my blanket. Hello, Pagadas. That's true, you could activate WOT Plus trial. You get however much gold you get per week from that. Then yeah, you just wait. You just wait and see if there's a discount on all tech trees, and then it should include tech trees in the premium as well. Like discount for gold or whatever. Getting a Skyline back this weekend. Not the one that they crashed. Although they're probably not that bad for you to import, are they? I think about it. They're probably not too bad to import from Japan for you. Like importing them into the UK is kind of annoying because it's so far away, but... Let's continue. This game is looking like it's going to be another turbo game. Ready? Hopefully someone can kill that soon. Okay. This was very fun. Wow. What a great game. So much credit earning potential in this game. Should you grind the EBR over the T100 LT? Not unless you have bond equipment. You need bond equipment on the EBR. Or at least Bond optics, at the bare minimum. Do I have field mods? No, I actually need to earn field mods. Should apply that then. I think the T100 is better overall. As like an all-purpose tank, but the EBR is just the better scout. Like by far. By the way, chat, the plan is there's no stream tomorrow. On Wednesday, I then do the tier 10 tier list. And then there's no stream on Thursday while I make the video for it. And then we have birthday stream on Friday. That's the plan for this week. How old are you this year? 60? Yeah, pretty much. There are no M60 codes. Unfortunately. Ugh. There will be some codes though. They're just for like tier... I think like there's 2 for a Locust, 2 for a Harry Hopkins or whatever it is. Some days of premium. So... It's not like mega good codes, but... Codes nonetheless. Still free items that you can just... If you got the tank already, I think you get the credit value back, so... Not awful. I should be able to shoot him in a second. Here he goes. Ready in the engine for a fire. Not quite. Bloomed at the last second. Didn't have enough gun arc. I wonder if any of them go back. The TP with getting off the SCO T50? Yeah, it's just the same tank, just with an extra shell. It's good. If you liked the previous tank, you'll like that tank. Couldn't save Manka. No saving Private Manka. Wow, from one turbo game to the next, but this time we're losing. This is not great. Situation. Okay. Okay. I mean, could my gun maybe work, please? Man, this gun is just not working now, is it? Wow. Literally robbed of what, 3 shots there? Yep, you either have the useless team or you're against the useless team. There's no in between. It's obviously worse during Christmas, but it's not even that much worse. Like this is pretty normal for World of Tanks. The worst thing is that when you lose, you lose like half your credit income. That's the worst thing. You lose 50% more, 50% of your credits unless you got like a hero medal or something like that. Actually, I don't even know if it applies to credits. I know it applies to XP. I've just gone onto the wiki to try and find out like how much you lose and stuff, and if it's battle hero meta related. Data is being collected. Once everything is done, the thread will be added. Thank you. I don't think it's 1/3 of your games. I think it's like 1 in 10 games on average you could make a difference in. The majority of the games are just a landslide victory either way. Like whichever team you get lucky enough to be on is what it is. But majority of their games are like 15-5. I'd say about why is this guy here? I'd say about 1 in 10 of the games, I feel like I can actually maybe do something in. Why are you here? Is he lost? It also heavily depends on what tank you're in, because there's some tanks that you play you can't do anything. Like there's some tanks that literally have 0 carry potential. And if your team just sucks, that's it. If you're playing in a full platoon though, of like BZ-176, you're gonna win more than you lose. Like a lot more. But I'd say if you're playing solo... Where did that go? If you're playing solo, play about 1 in 10 you have the opportunity to do. The rest of them are just a toss-up between if you win or lose, depending on which team you get lucky enough to be put on. I mean, he is sniping. I also have a Tiger 1 that's AFK, but... Like, there's no way you win this game. It's 2-6. Half the team didn't even play the game. No one went this side, no one went this side, really. It was just over. Not fun. Of course, man. Of course the issue hits it. Yeah, there's nothing you can do in this game. You just lose. Like, there is zero chance of you ever doing anything in this game. They don't have brains. Like, I'm sorry, but they just must not have brains. You know? Me and Mankey were the only people that done more than 1,000 damage. You did more than the entire team combined except you. We were the only people to do at least our hit points and damage as well. The thing is, it's not even hard. Like, it really isn't. I'm not playing. I'm playing without gold, without food. We're just grinding credits. Like, and yet somehow it's hard to, I don't know, engage your brain. You know? I can't actually go there. I need to knock these down. I think with my camo, I stay hidden here. I think. I'm not sure. They want to push up too much, though. Oh yes, the almighty T103 is there. Unfortunate. Oh, he's moved. I actually want to know if I do get spotted here. I might get spotted. Depends if they're behind these bushes or not, I think. Because I'm not far enough back from the trees. I should have actually knocked that tree down forwards, like that way. Then it would have been enough. Like, this one should have gone forward slightly, and then this one should have gone forwards. Come on, surely they want to peek this. Surely they're getting interested. No, the CDA. CDC, sorry. He wants to peek. I'd much rather play a T-34 than a T-103. T-103 has no armor at all. We're having a Mil 1 coming. Slowly. Or? Ah, yes. Just goes unspotted at the exact moment as well. Wait, can I go here? Wait. I can go like this, no? A little bit further back or something. Probably. Oh, oh! It goes high. Why'd you have to go high? T-34 has an insane turret. I don't know what I'm stuck on. I'm stuck on a rock, I think. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you here? He's like a lost puppy. Like, mate. Oh, Jesus. Alright, you can deal with that. Let's go over and kill these. Not a lot we can really do when they just suddenly flop. But it seemed to be an actual good game, and then it's suddenly 11-5. Is the buffed Panzer better than the mouse? No. It really depends on what you think is better. Only you can really make that decision. I don't think it is. Not for its role. Not for the role it plays. Thank you, gun. Very cool. They play kind of different roles, though. The gun is like 10 times better on the Panzer 7. But the armor is a lot worse. Like the Panzer 7... it's not so much... it's kind of a brawler. But then kind of like a baiting kind of brawler, where you bait them into your side armor and stuff. Not the side armor, your lower plate. Right, anyway, that's been 5 hours. We've made 30 million. Well, I haven't made 30 million, but we made 1.2 million in that time. So, not bad. Not bad. Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed the tier list. If you didn't think that it was good, then, you know, I don't know, complain. Complaints to the usual address, you know. It's in my comment section in tomorrow's video. But yeah. I mean, I already told you, this is my opinion on the tanks, and if you don't agree with them, then, oh well. You know, that's the entire point of an opinion. My opinion is not wrong, your opinion is not wrong, it's opinions at the end of the day. So... Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I will see you all on Wednesday. There won't be a stream tomorrow. I'll be making the video. I have 4 hours of content to get through. It shouldn't be too bad because most of it flowed quite nicely. There's only a few things that I actually have to like go back through. But yeah, so hopefully everything goes well with that. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for enjoying. See you all on Wednesday. Video out tomorrow. I'll find someone to raid. Oh, it's been a while since we've raided God Pack. Go on then. Been a while. Yeah, thanks for watching. See you later. Adios.